Palestinians claim that the Big Ben in England actually belongs to them. Here's a lady that can elaborate.
في بريطانيا هلا فيش واحد بروح على لندن الا يروح يشوف ساعة بيج بن. هذه ساعة بيج بن إنها بفلسطين للفلسطينية، كانت بالقدس بباب الخليل، وكانت كل ساعة لما ترن كل القدس يهز معها. اجى للأسف المنتدب البريطاني على فلسطين وبلش بسنة 1922 وبلش يفكها قطعة قطعة ويحطها بالمتحف البريطاني واخذها كلها يعني. فضل الستيج اللي كانت محطوطة عليه الساعة، اجوا اليهود امروا انهم يشيلوها كلها، فشالوا كل شيء محوها عن بكرة ابيها. والكل بيعرف انها ساعة بيج بن للانجليز، ولكن هي لنا، وإن شاء الله بترجع الأيام وبترجع بلادنا وبترجع كل الأشياء اللي عنا.
Of course, that's completely bullshit. Big Ben was built in the 1800s. It has nothing to do with Jerusalem, Israel, Palestine. It's merely another example of Palestinians trying to claim a history that doesn't belong to them. But I have to admit that it's very entertaining too. I cannot wait to hear what they say about the Buckingham Palace.
This timeline sucks.
Welcome everyone. I hope you enjoyed the little cat clip. Uploaded that to the Discord.
That the samples cat looked very angry.
The sampling cat.
The samples lady cat.
Fat and angry.
Yes, it was.
Well, she looked really angry.
Looked very Asian. I don't know why. But yes, I agree with Costi. What a time to be alive, and AI is the best. So even the music was AI generated, but I do have a bone to pick with Suno, because I literally set my prompt was where was it? Let me pull it up. My prompt. Can I even see the prompt? Oh yeah, I can edit. Create reuse prompt. It doesn't fucking save it. But my prompt was about a cat working at McDonald's, happy. I specifically used the term happy, and it generated a song that because I watched it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is a cool video, and then I added the music to it, and it fucking made me cry. It made me tear up because I'm like. Because it looks like the cat that passed away. And I asked my wife, I said, why is this making me upset? And she said, it's the music, idiot. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, that music is like sad music. I'm like, no, it's not. It can't possibly be sad music. It literally, I generated with AI, I said happy, and the category is pop, whimsical, cheerful, happy. And sure enough, no, it's kind of, because she said it's like the kind of music you have when you're doing a retrospective of something, when someone's lying on their deathbed and it's the retrospect, they're having a retrospective of all the moments of their life. And I just thought, oh God, right in the feels. So I figured I'd make you guys feel that too. Yes, I do have a soul after all. Sorry, I'm being quite the faggot right now. I'm fucking in tears.
How long have Palestinians claimed Big Ben as theirs?
Probably since 1922. Well, no, they wouldn't have, not since 1922, because the Palestinians didn't exist then. They were just called Arabs. So anyway, let me take a deep breath and let's start. So Slate, of course, continuing to not understand anything. Too much showing his trans site. Yes, apparently. It's funny. I was saying to my wife when the cat passed away, I was more upset when he passed than when my mother died, than when my grandfather died, probably when my grandmother died. Like, definitely when my father died. Like, all of those deaths are nothing compared to a cat. And like, even talking about it now, I'm like fucking tearing up like a little bitch. Like, god damn. Like, and sorry, this turned into like therapy with Thermo.
Let it all
No, but it's
out.
just it's probably repressed. I probably never actually dealt with all the people who've died. So
Yeah,
I've probably
when I was,
never really sat down and dealt with it.
I went to my mother's father's funeral, and everyone, my other grandfather, my mum, his brothers, everyone was crying, and I was just like, it just didn't hit me. And it wasn't until like 15 years later when I was at his brother's funeral, and a picture of my granddad was on the screen, and then it hit me. I'm like, oh shit, and it just all at once.
Like I did the video for my grandfather's memorial, like, and my grandmother's memorial, like, and that was like, that wasn't as hard. Like, it's so fucking weird. So yes, thank you, Costi. Very very helpful. Thank you. Fallen Princess says your cat was a focus for all those deaths. The dam finally broke after all these years. Yeah. So anyway, Slate once again doesn't understand the internet, doesn't understand memes, doesn't understand how anything works. Costi says I can't talk. I get lumps in my throat when I watch a sad anime. Dude, we have a sad anime story that has nothing to do with anime later on, but that is quite possibly the most depressing thing. But yeah, yes. So Slate thinks it's a huge burn that everybody was posting these videos of Vance. I have a video. Let me quickly upload it. Download.
Yes, it's such an own to put JD Vance in the fucking spotlight.
Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll just go to the Discord rather than I'll just play it straight from Discord. Where are you? General. Wait, was it in general or show research? Why do you motherfuckers tag me?
But you want to be tagged?
No, you guys didn't tag me. Okay, so here it is. Share this tab. So this is what they're talking about. These are some of the memes from Vance. I'll mute it because it's probably copyrighted audio, but... Right, there we go. Oh. The couch run. That's fucking great. Like, I don't super understand the meme behind it.
I mean, he does have a bit of a chubby face.
Yeah, he's got a moon face. Like, he's 100% got a moon face. But yes, Slate thought that this must be devastating for JD Vance. When the president scrolls, what does he see? The vice president scrolls, what does he see? So, yeah, fuck the media. Like, the media will never understand the internet. Not really. They can't possibly understand, like, memes, really. Like, it goes back to the left can't meme thing. So, like,
that is a good meme.
I've completely forgotten what the real JD Vance looks like. Should have said please. And it's true, he does have a baby face. And yes, I have forgotten what the real JD Vance looks like. So, speaking of politicians, JD Vance. Speaking of future presidents, Gavin Newsom has a podcast called This is Gavin Newsom.
This is gay.
This is gay. What gay? His first guest was fucking Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Why? Why did I
which
do
of
this?
course, he like, I don't know if he wanted to trigger the libs. I think, but he very much did. Desperate Gavin Newsom fawns over right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk in cringeworthy podcast exchange. So let's. I have a section here. It's 2 minutes long. Gavin, if you copy strike me, you are a faggot.
How about the book ban stuff? On a serious note, 4,240 books or titles, libraries and schools were banned in 2023. Is that not, as a conservative?
Well, it depends. I mean, like, I think we can both agree pornography should not be taught to 9-year-olds.
Fair point.
Okay,
Fair.
So that's a book ban.
All right. Well, there were some other books.
Hold on, no.
Bill
Hold on.
O'Reilly's
that
book
was the
banned.
Moms for Liberty contention. Time out.
Yeah.
Like, I agree on Bill O'Reilly. The Moms for Liberty movement that you made a big thing of was just no porn to 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
We agree. So those books should be banned.
Well, okay.
So what we should do right now is every California school that has porn in their library should be kicked out.
Does that
is a
include the
book ban.
Bible?
Well, I wouldn't say the Song of Solomon is porn.
No, but I
it-
mean, some have made that point. Is that a fair point, or
I
is it
don't
offensive?
think that's fair
And as
at
a man
all.
of faith, and I
This is going to be a fucking massive mistake for Gavin Newsom. Not this, the podcast in general. The problem with being a podcast host like this, where you bring guests on and you talk to them, is you can't be adversarial. It's a conversation. If you're adversarial and they're not expecting it, they'll just walk. And this isn't live. This is obviously to tape. So
Yeah, and you're basically creating blood sports.
yeah, and Piers Morgan has already stolen that. So internet blood sports still exists, and it's the Piers Morgan show.
I think it was a pretty big mistake to have Charlie Kirk on as the first guest, because lefties aren't going to watch it. They're going to be like, "We hate Charlie Kirk. Why are we watching this?" And they won't
Yeah, I
go
agree.
to it. What he
I agree.
needed to
That
do
just sets
was-
the tone.
Well, Newsom
As a-
apparently said that his inspiration for doing it was Bill Maher. And Bill Maher doesn't give a fuck. Bill Maher has anybody and everybody. I'm pretty sure if Trump agreed, he would, like, Bill Maher would take him.
Yeah, but Bill Maher has an audience.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom has the.
Well, Gavin
left.
Newsom has a fucking
And-
state.
Yeah, but he has.
He
the
could just
left as
mandate
a-
everybody watch it.
But what he needed to do was
God.
he needed to create a following first. You know, get people on who he agreed with, have chats with, you know, AOC and all those lefty politicians. Have a chat with them, get 10 under his belt, and then be like, right, controversial Charlie Kirk. We're bringing him
Yeah.
on. We're going to ask him the hard questions, and then everyone's like, yeah, we've seen it before. What you can do, we like what you do. We want to see you destroy Charlie Kirk, not the first thing when Charlie Kirk comes out and absolutely wipes the floor with him.
Yeah.
Like, who's gonna watch that after that? It's like, oh,
Yeah, exactly.
you got your ass handed to you by Charlie Kirk on the first episode. You're done.
So the rating on Spotify is 2.7
Out of
out of 5, I assume.
okay.
And
I
there's
hope it's
702 reviews that I can't see because I've got to head over to my mobile phone to do it. Because of course, God forbid people use your fucking mobile phone related website or web service on a fucking computer.
deeply admire that about you.
Thank you.
Sincerely.
Yes, but no, I mean,
Yeah.
again, the Song of Solomon is rather risque.
No, it's
but what we're
very-
talking
so,
about
but-
in these books is not just the words; it's also the images. And again, your audience can look at the images themselves.
Okay.
It's highly graphic, but again,
But it seems a banning binge. I mean, at next level, sort of cancel culture.
But why do you think moms are doing that? Do you think it's because they want to have mind control, or do you
No,
think
I
that they
think-
have come across
I think there's-
incident of highly provocative material?
I love moms, but this mom's, I mean, we don't have to get into Moms for Liberty. It
I mean, you
seems
brought
a
up the book bans,
deeply,
though. I mean-
deeply organized for a
backing
larger
away pretty quickly from that.
agenda. But that's my humble opinion.
No, but
Yeah, because he's getting fucking curb stomped. He realizes it.
let me just kind of complete the point. Is that it's easy to just call it kind of a book ban, but when you
Yeah.
actually have to read some of these books, it will take your breath away
Okay.
of some of this stuff, right? You're like, okay, we're teaching a
I
10-year-old
just
how to
have
put a condom
problem
on.
I know. I just have a problem.
Please bring up the fact that his state literally bans Huck Finn because he used the word nigger. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, this always rangs like the whole because it was a line to attack Ron DeSantis because Florida did a whole bunch of bans and they handed it to the local school districts. So the school districts can decide what is and isn't in their fucking kids' libraries.
Yep.
So and his criticism of Ron DeSantis in Florida over that always rang really fucking hollow because these guys do the same thing, but just on their side. Like, oh, this book is insufficiently woke.
Or it has a no-no word.
Or it uses a no-no word, yeah.
With, who the hell is going to decide that? Government? I mean, Ron DeSantis is going to decide what I can read or say in the boardroom, in the classroom?
This is the exercise of politics, though.
Yeah.
The exercise of politics is the highest form of community because it blends morality and sociability. So what we do is we have discussion and elections, and we have boards and commissions, right? And we as a people say, okay, no porn for 10-year-olds.
Yeah.
And that's politics, right?
Oof.
Ooh,
It did not come over well. So
Besides, it's not like they're
also the problem is you invite someone like Charlie Kirk on, his entire fucking job is to argue with lefties. Like his entire fucking job. It is go from college to college to college to find the most flaming lunatic leftist and just dismantle them.
Yeah.
Like he does this,
Jesus
he
Christ.
literally does this for a living, and you just invited him on your podcast.
Gavin, you're not that great.
It's not a great plan.
Right now should come
So
out
how soon
and be
before
like,
Gavin's conservative grift starts?
Well, I believe it's already starting.
Yeah,
Dude,
that was
I'm
the
telling
first
you.
step.
Telling you, 2028, he's running. He's running. He'll probably get the nomination.
As a Dem?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
He'll probably
Too much competition in the Republican.
He has an incredibly large war chest already. He has donors up the fucking ass who would throw money at him. Like the Democrats are going to climb over broken glass to vote for him. He's got a lock on the biggest state in the union by population, so the most delegates straight out of the gate. The question is, how well is he going to play in Iowa? How well is he going to play in New Hampshire and in South Carolina? Because they're the states that matter for the primary.
Or even Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Well, that's for the general though. Like
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's
okay.
Pennsylvania's primary is pretty late. I think it's on Super Tuesday. But yeah, it depends on how he's going to play. The funniest thing I heard about 2028 was people going, "Oh, John Fetterman. John Fetterman should be the nominee." And I just thought, dude, we've already done like brain-addled like.
We were done brain injury president. Let's
And it's because he's not woke. Like he's not hella woke. He recognizes times when, hey, pump the brakes, idiots. Like he recognizes, like he comes out and says the thing that ordinary people are thinking. Anyway, let's watch this.
I just think the radicals have already captured that party, so I doubt.
Well, yeah. If you look at the thing we looked at a couple of weeks ago, the Democratic, what was it? Where they all organised their own, like elected a new leader of the party, and I'm like, it's just fucking insane.
Oh, for DNC chair and
that's it. Yeah, the DNC chair and
and fucking
that was insane. Like that was like this. You remember the Democratic Socialists that we always used to like make fun of at their
point of personal
their
privilege.
meetings, point of personal privilege. It was that. The Democratic Socialists have taken over the Democratic Party proper.
The young man who's about to win the state championship in the long jump in female sports, that shouldn't happen. You as the governor should step out and say no.
No, and I appreciate.
But like, would you do something like that? Would you say no men in female sports?
Well, I think it's an issue of fairness. I completely agree with you on that. It is an issue of fairness.
So,
he's a witch! Burn him!
That was California Governor Gavin Newsom on the first episode of his podcast, This is Gavin Newsom. The Democratic governor chose far-right personality Charlie Kirk.
Far-right personality Charlie Kirk. Far-right. Really?
This is ABC.
Like, no, but like, think about it. It's Charlie fucking Kirk. Far-right? Are you kidding me? Like, what would they describe Nick Fuentes as then? Like...
Neo-Nazi white supremacist.
Yeah, like neo-Nazi white supremacist. That's the only fucking step over.
Yeah.
Kirk as his
Cat by
first
Logan.
guest. who pressed Newsom on trans athletes participating in women's sports. But his remarks aren't sitting well with many in his party, who are criticizing Newsom, formerly seen as an ally for the LGBTQ plus community, for appearing to pivot to the right. And current California law allows transgender athletes to play on school teams that are consistently with their gender identity. So for more,
Oh, yeah.
back the panel. Amanda,
Your lefty friend is going to spend the next 10 years very disappointed.
Actually, kick things off for us here. The issue of transgender athletes has become a focal point of Trump's administration, as it was in his campaign. So, I mean, is Gavin Newsom just doing the political math here on trans issues?
Well, I first of all, even though he says this about transgender athletes, does not mean he doesn't support LGBTQ plus issues. I mean, he's just saying he supports this one issue. And I actually think he's read the tea leaves. 90% in a New York Times poll say that they think that men or transgender athletes should not be playing in women's sports. And so I think that he's on the right side of this issue. Obviously, he's doing a rebranding of himself in general, and this is one of the ways he can come in. But I just don't, it's a very out of touch issue with the majority of the American people for whoever on the Democrat side's criticizing him. Again, just on...
Yeah, she's not wrong. It's literally a 90-10 issue. Like, why would you plant your flag over on the side where 10% of the people support you? Like, and it's a 90-10 issue because it's so fucking obvious. Like, yes, we have women's sports for a reason. Either you want women's sports or you don't. And if you want women's sports, men can't compete in it.
Yeah, whatever you call them.
Yeah,
people who are born with penises,
yes,
don't compete in women's sport.
Yeah,
it's that simple.
Yeah, I
don't give a shit what you classify them as. If they got a penis, no, it's straight up.
It's ridiculous. Like, it's common sense.
On this one issue,
not in
with
California,
men's sports and women's sports.
Not in the Democratic Party.
And
yeah.
John, to Ashley's point,
but of course, I repeat myself.
Specific on this issue in women's sports, and if you look at his policy as a question, I mean, he might still see himself as an advocate for LGBTQ plus issues, but within that party, I mean, do you see room to kind of split hairs there? I mean, is that a message that these two aren't the same? Does that work?
It probably will for him. He didn't do this on a whim. He did this. It was perfectly planned out. And it's one thing's for sure. He's running for president.
Yeah.
And he knows if he runs for president, he's going to have to veer towards the middle at some point, a la Bill Clinton. And he's doing exactly what he should be doing.
The difference between Gavin Newsom and Bill Clinton is Bill Clinton was the governor of a red state. So he was already in the center. So he just had to pivot a bit more left. So, because Clinton's the governor of Arkansas. So,
he's going to be a national candidate. This is not a great issue for the Democrats going forward. But everybody agrees that these people should be treated fairly and equally. But when you have the outgrowth being, men playing women's sports and that's where it gets a little bit more of a nuance to it, and he's going to exploit that nuance to his benefit. That's exactly what he's doing right now. No question about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not advocating for taking all the trans people and putting them in camps yet.
You don't want to concentrate them together?
I don't want to concentrate them all in one place. But I mean, this is the reality that Newsom's dealing with. Almost 40% of his state voted for Trump.
That's not good for them.
So, and if we compare it to 2020,
30, yeah.
So he picked up 4%, not nothing. So,
well, yeah, it was a big shift red for like almost all of the districts. Actually,
but like if you look at that trend, so he outperformed Romney.
Yeah, that's not good.
He outperformed Romney. He outperformed McCain. Might have outperformed Bush. No, Bush outperformed him. Dude, just think about it. 2004, 44% of California voted for George Bush.
Who was John
Kerry was the
no. Who was
governor at the time? I think it might have been I think it might have been
Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. So, but yes.
That was before. That was before everything was woke and everything needed to be.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and it was just the issue with California was just that it was fucking broke. Gavin Newsom's podcast remarks spark backlash from Democrats.
Naturally.
Like they learn nothing. They learn absolutely nothing. The most devastating ad, almost unanimously across the board, the most devastating ad was the Kamala is for they them, Donald Trump is for you. And it played all the fucking insane beliefs that Kamala fucking had about trans people, and it was fucking devastating. They carpeted the swing states with that, and it fucking worked. It finished her off. So she was already a weak candidate, and they just put the fucking nail in the coffin.
Well, it's short and sweet, and it's like a meme. It conveys all this messaging in very few words.
Yeah,
it's almost perfect. She's for they them, he is for you.
Yeah.
Like,
and let the left have to write paragraphs to get their point across.
I think I need to close.
And no one's got time to read that.
Anybody got time for that? Oh, there we go. I don't know what it is about Firefox this week, but it's really been slowing down.
Do we have the story about Firefox?
No, because I don't care. Anyway, Democrats, we must make inroads into the podcast arena. Gavin Newsom makes podcasts. Men and women's sports is unfair. Democrats, never mind, podcasts are a mistake. And of course, Cat Ten Barge. Another thing about Gavin Newsom having Charlie Kirk on his podcast is he didn't debate him. He didn't challenge his far-right views. He agreed with them. Kirk pushed back on Newsom, and Newsom agreed. This is why giving establishment Dems podcasts isn't a winning strategy. No,
see,
just give Sam Cedar another fucking podcast and see how that works.
What the left needs is they need someone like Destiny who can go on all the left-wing podcasts, who's a right-winger, and get absolutely destroyed because they're retarded.
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom on his come around and think that Destiny is a right-winger who is he's controlled opposition at this point. Honestly, I think he's controlled opposition. He's he's
a sex pest now, so that means the Conservatives will embrace him.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
That's how that works now. Gavin Newsom on his podcast, as long as he's not a Jewish sex pest, that's just no. If you're Jewish sex pest, that's just a bridge too far.
He did jokingly say he was part of the Jewish group that was getting bad stuff.
Gavin Newsom on his podcast says he got a 960 on his SATs, which is below average. Typically, not always in presidential races, whoever has the lowest IQ wins. So he'd have a strong chance. You've got to be good at playing dumb or being dumb, and he's good at both. I believe he got a low SAT score. I do not believe he's a dumb person. So there's different kinds of smarts. There's book smarts, there's street smarts, and then there's social smarts. Like street smarts is just how you handle in society in general. Social smarts is how you handle in fucking social situations, like a sort of like a social quotient. And this guy is a fucking chameleon. Mm-hmm. Like Newsom should scare the shit out of the Republican Party because Trump's term limited.
Yeah, look at the previous post on what Kat said about him just agreeing with everything Charlie said. Let's have the same questions against AOC and see if he agrees with Charlie then, when he doesn't have anyone saying, no, this is how I think, and oh yeah, I'll agree with you.
Yeah.
Because you never know. Maybe he's just that autistic that whenever anyone comes up and has a disagreement with him, he's like, yeah, no, okay, let's go with that.
Well, like I said, when it's your show, when it's that kind of situation where you're sitting down and having that kind of dialogue, it makes it very difficult for you to push back. Like just look at Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan almost never pushes back because that's not what the show's about. The show's not about debate. Like, it's not the kill stream.
Unless it's an absolute
it's about a
fabrication
conversation.
or something completely. But Joe,
Yeah.
Joe goes
Well,
around it. Like when what's
If
the
it's
name?
Joe's like, hang on, is that,
Just
hang on,
call
it,
it out.
Joe's thing is, hang on, is that right?
Yeah.
Hey,
and, like,
Jamie, pull that up.
when Barry Weiss was on, I think the first time, she's
Oh,
like,
yeah, the toady thing. That, yeah.
Is a
But
toady.
see,
What is a toady? Let's look that up.
what is
toady?
that? What is that?
That's not
What
him
does
being
that mean?
adversarial. He's just
He's just
being
asking.
in a
He's just
polite
asking
way.
questions.
Yeah.
Actually, I wonder if I can find that Joe Rogan toady.
What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Oh, I don't know. I just heard it. Oh, so you don't even know what it means, and you're a reporter.
There it is.
Dress.
Monster?
Kristen
Tulsi
Gillibrand. Oh, monstrous.
Monstrous?
Ideas.
Well, when she was 22, she had...
No, she's an Assad toady.
What does that mean?
She is
What's a toady?
I think that I used that word correctly. Jamie, can you check what toady means?
Like towing the line? Is that what it means?
No, I think it's like a TOADIE.
What does that mean?
I think it means what I think it means.
So, to be fair to Barry Weiss, she is using the word correctly. It basically means a sycophant.
Yep.
So it's someone who just agrees, like, obsequiously to someone, like, usually someone important.
I agree.
I'm not saying that she's right about Tulsi Gabbard.
Her being one.
Her being one. I'm saying she's right in how she's using the word. In that I know what she's trying to convey.
Toady. Definition of toadies. A person
A
who
sycophant,
flatters or defers to others
I
for
kinda used it right.
self-serving...
Now, my issue is she knew the word sycophant. Use that. Don't try to be smarter. Don't try to be smarter than you are, because that's how you get embarrassed. So yes. Anyway, yeah. That's his podcast. I won't be subscribing. Hey Tombola, how you doing, man? Anyway, so we were talking about Destiny, so let's talk about another sex pest. The Florida Attorney General executed a search warrant against Andrew and Tristan Tate after the opening of a criminal investigation.
Oh no.
So Andrew Tate has been obviously in America this last week, doing the rounds on all the conservative podcasts. Let's see, he went on. What did he go on? He went on Fresh and Fit. I think he went on
makes
Fresh
sense.
and Fit. I think he went on. Fuck! What other things did he go on? Can't remember what
No
podcast
idea,
he
because
went
I
on.
wasn't paying attention.
I blanked completely. Leave Top G alone. No, I will not leave Top G alone. But yes, anyway, Milk Bar TV says Andrew Tate lies to the Hodge twin. Oh, he went on P2B. He went straight away.
Yeah.
He went on Patrick Bet David, who I wouldn't really call a conservative. He's more like a Trump orbiter.
The
What else did he go
shyster.
on? I can't remember what he went on as well. Top GDS, Top G Derivative
Well,
Syndrome.
Based off that tweet,
No,
one of the Hodge
Costy,
twins.
it would just be TDS. Because I assume Top G is, unless Top G is a fucking acronym, what does Top G stand for?
Head gangster. Top gangster.
Yeah, obviously, but I mean, I didn't think it was an acronym, so it'd just be TDS. But anyway, he was on.
But it's kind of incredible. I don't know if the people who hate me are stupid or if they just want to hate me and not use their brain.
Right.
But when a famous person is attacked with these kind of accusations, loads of victims come forward. Name anyone. Hundreds of victims, new lawsuit, victims. I'm 3.5 years in with the most media spin of any case ever without a single girl coming forward. Every girl they get hold of is like, nah, he's nice. I like him. I like Andrew. I defended you, baby. Can I see you? No one's against me. But it's kind of incredible.
So yes, there are a whole bunch of women, as Nathan points out. There are 49 victims in Andrew Tate's various cases. 11 victims have given statements against the Tate brothers in their 2 remaining cases, and are classified as injured parties. An injured party is a victim that has suffered immaterial or immaterial harm. 4 UK women have brought civil cases against Andrew for rape and assault. Several of these women have given interviews. The 15-year-old who he's charged with having sex with in his second remaining criminal case gave this statement, quote, "You take her so young, you fool her and you make her your slave. Fuck you. And anyway, think about it, bro. When I was little, I had sex with him. God, he put his dick in my ass and I was telling him, stop, bro. He choked me. Fuck when I was little." Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate wants you to believe that because you don't know their names or faces, they don't exist. It's very common for victims in these cases to remain anonymous. Andrew Tate sued, doxed, and has launched a campaign of outright hostile intimidation against one of the alleged victims in the first case after she gave testimony to DICOT in Romania. These are all lies. Yes, it's the Matrix attack. The Matrix is attacking. Eric says, yeah, but bitches do be lying. Yes, some bitches do be lying. The problem is, Andrew Tate is on video confessing to his fucking crimes and teaching a course on how you too can commit his crimes.
I like crime.
I like crime. I like money. The Tate issue is actually the conservative litmus test of our time. If you've called teachers groomers for giving teens sexually inappropriate books, but won't call Andrew Tate a groomer for beating, sexually assaulting, and trafficking a teen, you're an utter fraud. This line is hilarious. I think we covered it last week. That people are like, "Oh, innocent until proven guilty." Yeah, okay. Well, Epstein was only ever charged with solicitation, so he's obviously not a predator. So otherwise Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, is also a sex trafficker, because he went and got a hand job in Florida. So same charge, except it wasn't an underage prostitute. Kerry Smith makes what I think is an interesting point. He says Andrew Tate is the Jeffrey Marsh for the woke right circles. Both want to groom your children. Both brag about how they have closer relationship with your kids than you do. Both are con artists who take advantage of young people. Tate is pretending to be a man, performing fake masculinity, and Marsh is pretending to be a woman, performing fake femininity. And what about his sad?
No, Kerry, I think Kerry's got it right.
It's like I said, it's an interesting point. I don't know that I agree with it. I do find it funny that the balding Habsburg chin having guy is the peak is what peak masculinity is nowadays.
Well,
Fulham Priest says, why do you go to Florida for a hand job? They have those Asian massage parlors at a town near you. I think it was in Florida. Florida is where he got arrested for it. He probably gets them up in Foxborough anyway. So there's probably a special Robert Kraft suite in the up in the stadium up in Foxborough. Anyway. So you just found out your biggest idols love Andrew Tate. And this is a woman responding to the Hodge twins, saying, "Please tell me you aren't supporting him. I have so many of your shirts and merchandise. You can't be serious." Someone's pointing out this is one of those things that is actually fracturing the right, or at least fracturing the grifter right from the actual right. Yes, he got arrested for a hand job. This was years ago. Let me find the story. Arrest for massage. They called it a massage, but so here it is. How police spent months taking down a spa where Robert Kraft is accused of paying for sex. It's back in 2019. Police allege New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft spent a total of 53 minutes at a Florida day spa across 2 visits, during which time they say he paid for sex. It took investigators about 4 months of work, including involving stakeouts, dumpster searches, and the secret installation of video cameras inside the business, to bust the Orchards of Asia day spa in Jupiter and charge Kraft and other men with misdemeanor solicitation of prostitution.
26 minutes for a hand job?
Well, yeah. That's time spent in there. He's got to take his pants off. He's an old guy.
Yeah, but isn't the whole point of getting a hand job from a massage parlor to just get it done?
Yeah, I assume so.
26 minutes?
I mean, you got to include foreplay.
Oh yeah, okay. I suppose if
Aren't
if
rub and
you
tug
rock
places
up
legal
10
over there in
minutes
Australia?
early or
Yes,
whatever.
yes they are. I used to go to college, technical college, with two girls who worked at one, and one of my friends worked there as well, but he was the receptionist, so he was gay. So the ladies felt comfortable around him. I'm pretty sure that's not a job that a straight guy can get. More conservative podcasters hanging you out with platforming and promoting one of the most degenerate men in society. Andrew Tate is helping expose the wheat from the chaff in conservative circles. He went and hung out with like this. I watched this stuff and I'm like, oh, come on, Dana, man, seriously.
Welcome to the States, boys. What's up, man?
That is a fucking toupee. That is not real hair. That is glued on.
Oh, wow.
God, that's so fucking cringe.
But I'm not going to throw Dana White on the bus because
no, it's just
the
like,
boys
come on, man.
Yeah, I know, but he doesn't give a shit about how people interact, and Tate does have a reason to be there because he has done kickboxing, so there is a connection outside of just the political.
Yeah, it could have been like, oh, hey, you're here. I don't really want to talk to you, but I'm not going to shun you in front of everyone, tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome
that's
to the
not Dana
stage.
White's style.
Yeah, so.
Like, he might not support you, but he's not going to be a dick and shunt you in public.
So.
Like inviting.
Good morning, Internet. You know, I've covered.
Oh, God, this is 8 minutes long. Fuck that.
What does the text say?
How about no? He says, Tate, one day you'll all be thanking me for being obsessed with Andrew Tate. If I've burnt down the entire base bro side of MAGA movement just to save it, that's exactly what I'll do. This is bigger than you think. Wake up, Neo. The Tatrix is real.
I've covered a lot of topics over the years, and sometimes I go really hard at some of them. I highlight them because I think that they're important issues. And I noticed that when I do that, people...
Oh, he went to Vegas too, because he fled Florida. And everybody thought, oh, he's going back to Romania. No, he was going to Vegas. He went to Power Slap, of course, because big. He's got a Rumble deal, and Rumble expected a whole bunch of their big creators to go there. And I think you will find most of the podcasts he went on, they're big on Rumble.
Also,
and interestingly enough, a lot of the people who have been coming out to stand for fucking Andrew Tate, strangely enough, they've all got Rumble check marks.
Oh,
on Twitter, it's very, very interesting. Viva's come out and defended him, which is no surprise because Viva will defend anybody that logic requires you to go, hang on a minute. But interestingly enough, that surprised me. The Quartering came out and was like, he hasn't been convicted of anything. The charges have been dropped. It's like, bro, really? Really? You, the guy who fucking talks about the grifters on the right?
I'm sorry, you're surprised that the King Grifter himself is support of Tate?
Well, no, I'm not, because he's fucking intimately intertwined with Rumble.
Yeah, so that's where that would come from. But the reason Tate was at
he says while streaming on Rumble,
was at the slap fight contest was so he could get some points for his new girl.
I think it was female slap too.
Ooh.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't get the sport.
When chicks doing it, who gives a shit? The guys doing it, man, some of those guys, holy shit. The slaps are just fucking powerful, man.
People who don't want me to talk about those things, they're like, you're obsessed, go touch some grass. And I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe I am. But you know what else you could do? You could shut the fuck up because it's my page. Why am I obsessed with Andrew Tate? Right? Is it jealousy, or am I trying to pull a fucking fire alarm because you fucking idiots don't see what I see, which is this motherfucker is trying to hurt Donald Trump bad. Last night, here's a nice little photo op with Dana White. Dana White is one of Trump's best friends. What have I been warning you about? When you have Timu Epstein charged with sexually assaulting minors in 2 different countries, now under investigation in this country, it might be a good idea not to stand next to that motherfucker and take a photo. But some of you are too fucking stupid to figure that out. Yeah, motherfucker's been here a week. He's already buying black people. And yeah, I said buying because this interview that these two fucking retards did is a puff piece. All right? And you'd probably only do a puff piece on somebody who's got very credible accusations of sexual assault if the motherfucker paid you. Guess prostitution's legal in Vegas again.
And like I said, the Hodge twins, like, all you have to do is go to fucking Rumble. Let's have a look.
Oh, yeah, Rumble.
Like, that's the link. The link that everybody's fucking missing is Rumble. Rumble's the fucking link. Because Andrew Tate has a multi-million-dollar deal. Like, the Tate brothers have a multi-million-dollar deal with Rumble.
Is that where all their podcasts go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all their podcasts. And I mean, all you have to do is look.
The young male.
Last time he went on a podcast, fucking Benny Johnson, right there. Fucking, what's it called? The guy who used to work at the Blaze and molests women. This guy. What his name? Elijah Schaefer. Full on fucking standing for Andrew Tate. Fucking Hodge twins. There we go. Oh, Andrew Tate. Like, they're all Rumbleistas. It's all about Rumble, man.
All right, type in Andrew Tate in the live, and then click live and see what. Or
emergency podcast with Andrew Tate. Okay.
Oh, that'll probably
Tate speech by Andrew Tate. 2.18 million followers. Like,
and there's 180, 150, 200, 170. They're probably getting decent bank from that.
They already got decent bank.
No, I mean,
$9 million. $9 million for the exclusive, for the Rumble exclusive. So,
I mean, Rumble's probably getting bank from their podcast, and that's probably not the only podcast they do.
$144 million views. So, Tom says, "Hey, I'm a follower, but not a sycophant." Well, that's good. I don't get it. Why back this dude? I don't know. Eyeballs, man, eyeballs. Mm-hmm. Trusting Rumble numbers after Ethan Mouth Shadow Flag. It was, yeah. Well, actually, that's interesting. Let's see how many people are watching us now. 3. I know Tom Bolo's 1.
Yeah. Look, I understand that I know way more about this than you, and you're not interested, so you don't want to see it all over your fucking timeline, all right? But you can just scroll on. I don't know how many motherfuckers I've woken up with the reporting that I've already done, but trust me when I tell you, based on the conversations that I've been having, it's working. So, I'll be obsessed. Andrew Tate praising Yahya Sinwar. Fucking Hamas. Right?
And the Tate stands just go, "Oh, he's just being edgy. He's just being edgy to, like, get attention." It's like, okay. Like, but he converted to Islam and courts that whole fucking thing, and then is at a fucking at a casino during Ramadan gambling and drinking.
Right? Praising him. Andrew Tate became a Muslim, by the way, right?
Eric says, this dude is wearing eyeliner. Can't trust him. Dude, how dare you say that about the vice president?
I don't know if you guys remember, those people sometimes blow up buildings and shit. They also have a history of, fucking little kids. The Iraqi age of consent is 9 years old.
Also,
in
Bazi,
2025.
what is it?
But I don't
Bazi
think
boys,
that Andrew Tate's a real Muslim.
Bazi boys throughout the Middle East. Vance has his tattooed on. Jesus. That doesn't make it better.
Because he's smoking, drinking, and gambling on Ramadan. No. It's a grift, right? He had a grift to be a Muslim when he was accused in Romania, and now he has a grift, and he's changing it up again. Follow along with me. I'll take you down the rabbit hole. But before we do, to this person who left this comment under that post.
Always hits on 15.
Okay, so not that long ago, you have Andrew Tate praising literally a terrorist leader, okay? Calling Israel genocidal, saying that they're committing a genocide. He went on Piers Morgan, and he started repeating those talking points, but then he pivoted. He stopped saying that. And now he's much more reserved. He's like, oh no, I don't hate Jews. I like the Jews, and his language has changed.
And this is the fundamental thing. This is what makes this is the difference between a grifter and someone authentic. A grifter doesn't believe in anything. They have no firmly held beliefs. Mm-hmm. Like Nick.
Why? Like this really isn't hard to figure out, okay? Kash Patel, FBI, that guy can fuck his life up. J.D. Vance, vice president, close to Trump. Elon Musk, close to Trump. Hegseth, close to Trump. Grinnell, close to Trump. All Zionists, right? This Muslim is now praising a group of Zionists, and his supporters aren't happy about it, but he doesn't give a fuck. Why is he doing this? Well, this is a theory, and I'm going to call it a theory. Call it a conspiracy theory, if you'd like. But I think that Andrew Tate is trying to throw a Hail Mary pass to get in close with the Trump administration in hopes that our administration will intervene in his Romanian case.
And I mean, they already have. Like, they literally got him out of the country. Like, they put pressure on the government of Romania to let him travel back. And yeah, well, Roger Stone is on record now saying, oh yeah, Rick Grinnell did that. Good work, Rick.
And coming to America was part of the plan the whole time. One of his victims in Florida, right, who he...
Fawn says, because the owner of Rumble is bankrolling Tate. I don't think Rumble, the publicly traded company, is bankrolling Tate so much as they have given Tate money and want to protect their investment because Tate brings eyeballs, because he's controversial. Look at the people that Rumble has big deals with. Fucking Andrew Tate. What's his name? The British guy. Christ.
Tommy Robinson.
No, not Tommy Robinson. Used to be married to used to fuck Katy Perry.
Oh,
Russell Brand. Russell Brand has a Rumble deal. Fucking, like, if you look at who has these deals, like these big fucking deals. Yep, Crowder. They're controversial. They're controversial people that bring eyeballs. Brigada previously, they don't pick winners. Yeah. Yeah,
that's true.
So they're people who have been cancelled or attacked by the Matrix. Like Andrew Tate's narrative about, I'm actually attacked by the Matrix and the people don't want you to hear what I have to say. It fucking slips right into that perfect space that Rumble sits in. Rumble's like, we don't censor anybody. We just left France because they told us to block someone. And it's a grift. It's a grift as well. They don't believe in anything except money. They're there to make money. And I don't fucking fault them for that. They're a fucking business. And I appreciate that they have a platform where they don't fucking censor. Or really enforce the MCA. Which is probably going to get them in trouble one day. But yeah, like this, the fact that they all seem to line up behind them, like maybe it's just an ideological thing. Maybe it's the fact that people who end up on Rumble are like, Rumble is a right wing platform because people who are on the right have traditionally been deplatformed from everything else. So you're obviously going to get a right wing skew on a platform that doesn't deplatform people. So, but all I'm saying is it was very sus to me, and that's the conclusion I drew from that.
Immediately filed a restraining order against when he landed here. Said, I was rescued from a compound in Romania run by Tate and his brother. Now I've gone into hiding after they've touched down in my home state of Florida. Jane Doe, alleged traffic victim. Now look, I'm not saying you believe all women. I think the Me Too movement is what made this possible, because we're overcorrecting and we're saying don't believe any women. Let's just believe the guy who's on camera slapping around a 15-year-old girl that he admits that he pimped out, right? We got to find the middle ground. This chick might be telling the truth. Now, I don't know if you guys were paying attention to my post the other day, but the very, very chubby, not Mexican lady who has been stalking me, literally texting me and doxing me, my whole family, and coming at me so hard, is a conservative. Now, I don't know if you guys also remember, the woke left came at me pretty hard a few years ago, so I understand the patterns of cancel culture, like doxing, harassment, and smear campaigns. This bitch is perfecting it. And it just so happens she is fully doxing that victim who went into hiding. Right here, same pudgy, not Mexican lady. So let's recap. And by the way, I'm not Ian Carroll. I'm not a fucking conspiracy theorist. I'm not going to ask a bunch of questions and make a bunch of foregone conclusions, right? Where I'm like, whoa.
This guy is the misfit patriot. He's annoying. Yeah, sometimes. Mm-hmm. Yep. He was on Andrew Wilson's. He was on the Crucible with Andrew Wilson the other day, and the debate was, can Christians do Christians have to support the existence of Israel? And both sides came away saying they won. So he's a guy who can read an analog clock.
Is Andrew Tate paying all these people? Is this the CIA? Is he Mossad? No. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use critical thinking and deductive reasoning to paint a possibility that Andrew Tate is funding a bunch of conservatives to run a PR campaign so that he looks innocent to Trump, forcing Trump to align himself with Timu Epstein 2.0, which will fucking destroy the party. And if I'm wrong about any of these details, okay, here's another fucking just common sense thing that we could do. We could just wait until see if the fucking conviction happens. He's got a case in Romania with...
They aren't going back. I would be shocked if they fucking go back. And it'll be funny when they don't, because his lawyer was like, no, they're going back. They're absolutely going to go back. Innocent men don't run. That tweet will be deleted so fucking fast.
With fucking 7 victims, hundreds of thousands of pages of documents. He's got a case in the UK, and he's got an investigation that just opened in Florida. Okay? So I'm not saying we should just fucking condemn him totally. I do, but that's because I've seen the actual evidence.
And let's not forget, Ryan Dawson. Myron Gaines busted Ryan Dawson for taking money from Tate to fucking run cover for him. So he was being paid by Andrew Tate. So, Tate pays influencers to support him. And look, fuck, more power to him. But I tend to that could be another reason for the grift right to be lining up behind Tate, because he's fucking filling their pockets. So Eric says I would have taken the money and been like, yeah, dude's a rapist.
Evidence. You don't have to do that, right? You just have to ask yourself one question. What if he's guilty? What if you're wrong? Is that going to be something that will hurt us or help us? If you see a picture of a guy who eventually does get convicted of anally raping a 15-year-old girl, and Donald Trump's with him like, do you think that the left and the mainstream media are just going to be like, oh, Trump probably didn't know? No, they'll fucking bury us.
You think Trump's fucking standing next to Epstein? How much fucking play does that video get?
So be smart, wake the fuck up, and stop cozying up to potential pedophiles, you fucking idiots.
Yeah, wise words.
Yeah.
So here he is on PBD.
Dave Portnoy, this is Ben Shapiro.
Let's go to Shapiro. So,
little Ben.
Shapiro.
One second. One second. I'm Ben. Let me lower my chair. Let me lower my chair down.
Listen, I suggested the other day that you and Ben do a podcast together.
Listen, let me tell you about Ben Shapiro. I'm not even going to read Ben's crap. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear Ben's crap. Let me tell you about Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, the OnlyFans donates to AIPAC, which pays Ben. So when he complains about anything to do with me helping girls optimize webcam profiles 12 years ago is absolutely hypocritical.
That's what he says he does. Like he did. Oh, I didn't collect any money. I took money. They paid me, and I optimized their web profiles. Bitch is on video admitting what he was doing. This is his line now. He goes on conservative podcasts and says, I just help these women optimize. I'm like, you like the free market, don't you? I like the free market. I was just helping them. I was providing a service to them. No, bitch, you fucking traffic these women into Eastern Europe. Like his brother is on fucking camera talking about how they would take trips to the fucking border with Ukraine and get women for webcams. Like the guy is a fucking scumbag. I cannot understand how it is so hard for people to like look at videos of him saying, hi, I'm a scumbag. I'm the total scumbag. Here's all the scumbag things I've done. And they go, no, he's not serious. He's just being provocative. Like, you fucking fucked in the head. Like, oh, okay. So he says some, no, Costy's not an idiot. Like, the whole like young boys thing. Oh, he gets young boys to like each other. Who's paying you to do this hit piece demo? Well, technically you. No one. I wish someone would pay me to do this. Like, but just
he's taking money from OnlyFans today. He's taking money from OnlyFans as it stands.
Ben does OnlyFans videos?
Ben, I'm sure for enough money he would. Midget
I did
porn.
not know that.
Midget porn. OnlyFans are paying AIPAC, which are paying him as it stands.
That's what you're
saying.
saying.
So anything about his pornography crap can go out the window. Anything about him complaining about my criminal charges, once again, due process out the window. I like to think, after what they just did to Trump. By the way, remember, Trump is convicted.
And see how he tries to fucking tie it to Trump. I'm just like Trump. This is a political persecution. Nothing to do with politics. This is precisely the reason he's like, I'm going to launch the Bruv Party and be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It's so that when he is eventually extradited to the UK, he can say this is political persecution because I'm running for office. Like, he is not a fucking fool. Like, he's not a fucking idiot. He is calculated. So the problem is he has spent so long being so fucking arrogant that he recorded all this shit and posted it on the fucking internet to show off and to, convince fucking poor, disillusioned men who would love to be him because he presents this idealized life of, my Bugatti. If you don't have a Bugatti, you're a piece of shit. Like, he presents this life to disillusioned men to take their money, and he takes their money and teaches them how to act like him with his pimping hose degree. teaching them how to get into webcams. Every week there's someone who Costi wishes to as his dad. One of these weeks, Costi, you will wish I was your dad. But yeah, it's just it's so frustrating that the grift is so transparent and yet nobody fucking there's so many people who fall for it. And I understand I understand the media and their Andrew Tate is terrible for young boys. We need to ban Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's responsible for these stabbing attacks. This person who did this horrible thing watched an Andrew Tate video. That means Andrew Tate did it. That is fucking retarded. Yeah. There are plenty. Andrew Tate is a big enough piece of shit without having to contrive fucking reasons to dislike him. And the problem is the media contrives these reasons to dislike him, which triggers the part of everybody's brain that goes, hang on a minute, they did this to Trump. I don't believe you anymore. Oh, Tate says it's the Matrix. The Matrix is attacking him. Until he started taking political positions, nobody cared. What? No. Yeah. It's not the Matrix attacking. It's fucking people finally noticing that he did all this shit and then going, holy crap, he fucking recorded himself doing it.
Yeah, if it was just kayfabe and it's all, I'm a piece of shit and I do this to women. He's been doing that for how long? 12, 15 years?
Yeah. The OnlyFans stuff he says was 12 years ago. He's been doing, when was he on Big Brother? Andrew Tate.
There'd be video of him sitting down with someone and being like, yeah, look, it's all just
Big Brother 17.
And I don't mean recently, I mean from way back. Him just going, it's just
so
grift.
So he was kicked off Big Brother 17. So Big Brother season 17, series 17, in the UK, he was kicked off, and he was kicked off because it was either the Daily Mail or one of the UK papers, one of the UK rags, released the video of him whipping his girlfriend at the time, Vivian, with his belt. Now, their thing is, it was just sex play. It was just rough sex play. I wasn't being serious. He looks very serious doing it, but okay, I'll accept that. The problem comes is when you look at the dates. The date the video was filmed, Vivian was 15. So I know it's okay. It was consensual. It was consensual sex play. It was just rough sex with a 15-year-old.
You can't consent.
Yeah, well, it's not even about can't consent. It's a crime. It's what we call pedophilia.
Yeah, she can't consent to it because she's underage.
If this was a fucking teacher in high school, we'd be talking about put him in the fucking wood chipper. It'd be in the reset the clock section.
Yeah.
So that alone should be fucking disqualifying for this man, and yet he gets pass after pass after pass.
Yeah.
So, fucking bullshit.
And he's president, and nobody believes it. I'm not even convicted. And Trump was convicted in an American court, New York. Okay, you can barely call it American, but it's better than Romania.
Yes, Trump was convicted because Trump actually did the crime. But the crime was bullshit. It was a bullshit crime about records that was finagled into a higher charge. But Trump arguably did falsify the records. Trump didn't rape someone. They tried to get him for that, though. Fucking hell. And of course, he talks about how the biggest donor to AIPAC is OnlyFans. It's the OnlyFans guy, and that's why it's disgraceful. Well, here's the source article on that. Inside the Israeli lobby's new $90 million war chest. If we scroll down, top benefactors of the 2020 list of donors, India will represent a cross-section of the US elite, including pro sports team owners, heads of private equity firms, real estate titans, a Maryland congressman now running for Senate, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret, the founder of dance company Zumba, and the creator of Squishmallows, the beloved children's toy. Documents and lists that were provided by an internal AIPAC source. Lever attempted to contact more than 75 of the individuals on the list. 9 people confirmed to the Lever that they were an AIPAC donor. 6 additional individuals are listed as AIPAC board members in 2013, when the organisation publicly disclosed its board. 7 other individuals are publicly listed as being involved in pro-Israel political giving on a 2022 organisational event page. When was it? So, 3 individuals named on the list deny being donors. That includes Leonard Ravinsky, the billionaire owner of OnlyFans, a hugely popular internet platform dominated by sex workers. According to internal documents, Radvinsky and his wife, Kate Chudanovsky, pledged $11 million to AIPAC, the most of anyone listed. He says, I didn't donate or pledge $11 million, Radinsky wrote in an email, and this applies to me, my foundation, my family. When the lever asked Radvinsky why AIPAC listed him as donor, he replied, I don't know. When the lever asked Radvinsky to comment on an internal AIPAC documentation showing a wire transfer from his wife to AIPAC, Radvinsky stopped responding. So that's the evidence. There is no actual document in here. There's a refutation from the person who is alleged to be a donor. And the evidence is an alleged internal document showing a wire transfer that is not revealed in this at all, in anywhere. It's not revealed at all.
No one else can verify it.
It can't be verified. Legit. So, and this is from the Lever. So, whose editor in chief is David Sirota, who used to be the speechwriter for Bernie Sanders and used to be the editor at large for Jacobin magazine. So, okay. Those of you who may not be familiar, Jacobin magazine is the fucking communist magazine.
Of course,
it's a step down from the World Socialist Press or the Workers' Daily. So, because we all know communists love Jews. So, and
yeah,
and even if the $11 million donation is true, this is a donation that was given in the aftermath of October 7th when shit tons of people gave. That article is talking about their new $90 million war chest that is built up because of October 7th.
AIPAC.
So it's not like this guy has been funding AIPAC the whole fucking time. And this is the thing. This because Ron Coleman got into a back and forth so to provide some context, the quartering must have had a few to drink, and posted this story. Yeah, he posted this story, and he posted the story about like a rabbi being the owner of Pornhub. And it's like, okay, well, Ron Coleman, who we all know is a member of Lawtube, lawyer, Jew, obviously, conservative Jew, he took offense, understandably, by saying, what's your source for this? What's your source that AIPAC is funded by OnlyFans? Like that their biggest donor is OnlyFans. So everybody, like, I dug up the original articles. wasn't hard to find, and then quartering said, "Oh, it's this article," and was pointed out that the original, like the article that he was looking at, was from Rolling Stone, which was reporting on the Lever article. But it's clear these, like, those kind of things, they're intended. Like, there's a very specific intent around those types of stories. Like, they are intended to trigger those, like, those anti-Semitic tropes that the horrible Jew is what's it called? I fucking put out a tweet that worded it much better than I'm doing now. Let me find it. Should be easy to find. I just have to look for all the deleted tweets. There it is. I said, it is, of course, the old canard that the Jew works in the darkness to corrupt the innocent Gentile. So, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I have noticed a fucking explosive uptick in the amount of fucking Jew hatred. Like, straight up Jew hatred. Not anti-Semitism, like, but literal fucking Jew hatred. Like, Jews did 9/11. Like, basically the Jews drink the blood of the innocent. Like, just absolute fucking retard shit. I just look at it and I'm like, are you fucking retarded? Like, stuff that would probably make Nick Fuentes blush. And it's just all over the place.
In retardation, or
in retardation, in anti fucking Jew hatred, Judenhassen, like actual old school fucking Jew hatred. Like, and like take your breath away stuff where you're like, whoa, holy fuck. Yeah. Destroy your golden age. God damn it, Costy. Coleman did a funny on this on Twitter. He showed a link to a neo-Nazi group that had to log off. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that group that had 4,000 members. So it's crazy. It's out in the open. Look, I appreciate it's out in the open and we can see it, but fuck me if there is not a fucking explosion. And look, Andrew Tate knows what he's doing when he does that stuff as well. They all know what they're doing. They all the quartering knew what he was doing too. Grifting off it, being like, I'm just asking questions. Oh, okay, right. I've heard this before. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I know it's weird that I take offense, being that I'm not actually a fucking Jew. I mean, I joke about like, oh, I'm 2.5% Mizrahi Jew, but like, I'm not Jewish. I'm a Catholic. Like, I'm a fucking white Catholic from fucking Europe. So there's exactly 0% of me that is actually Jewish. But the fucking hatred. To be fair, they brought it on themselves. Oh, dude. Dude, the only reason they point it out is because they've gone through it before. Like, if the Holocaust had never happened, you wouldn't hear about anti-Semitism. They'd just shut the fuck up about it. They'd be like, well, what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
you can't make people like you. But
expelled out of another country.
It's happening again. The rhetoric is happening again. God damn it. Philip says, it's okay, Thermo, you just haven't asked the Jewish question yet. I've answered the Jewish question on this show many times. Why are Jews so successful? I've told you it's a mixture of genetics. It's a mixture of culture, strong cultural ties, in-group preferences, and I think the religion itself has a reinforcement on studying.
Well, not only that,
you read the Torah. You read the Torah for your bat mitzvah. You have to memorize it. You have to learn. You literally have to learn enough. If you don't speak Hebrew as your first language, you have to learn fucking Hebrew.
Not only that, but
All right. What is the actual Jewish question? And let's see if YouTube lets you write it.
Joe and Ron were talking about Joe and or Ron were talking about why Jews were so successful, and one of the things was that back like 6-8 decades ago, being a money lawyer was considered below most lawyers.
Well, yeah, Christianity in old school Christianity, as well as Islam, forbid usury, which meant that the only people who could lend money were the Jews, because there's no law against there's no rule against usury in the Torah, in the Torah. So the Jews don't have a rule about fucking like not lending people money. Whereas the Christians, the Christians and the Muslims do. The Muslims don't allow the charging of interest. The charging of interest is haram, and the Christians interpreted Jesus going into the temple and flipping the tables of the moneylenders as being, oh well, moneylenders are bad. But that's not what it was about. It was about keeping business interests outside of the temple, outside of the church. Keeping them separate. It wasn't about, oh, you can't charge interest.
Yeah,
but
Joel.
We've realised that. But at the time, the only people who could lend money were the fucking Jews. So
people who
that's what happened. And
deal with money.
The worst part is because the Jews were the only people who could lend money, the kings of Europe would borrow money from Jews and then expel them so they didn't have to pay it back. Which is what leads to led to these pogroms and expulsions. It's
from 109 different countries.
That's not actually true. They haven't been expelled from 109 different countries. That's another canard. They were expelled from the entirety of the Middle East. So every country in the Middle East shipped their Jews to expelled their Jews when they lost the war. So the Christians got rid of, converted the pagans, so there was no one else left money to. Exactly, yeah, there was no pagans left. Forced to borrow money from Jews, what horrible fate, like having to invent coin clipping machines. So, yeah, Pedro Gonzalez says, Andrew Wilson says, Christians should stop bitching about Tate. As long as Christians allow feminism and sewing circle lunatics to punish with all forms of masculine expression in Christianity, men like Tate will reign. As long as the message is feminine only, Tate will beat you every time. Pedro says, Tate is only partly a reaction to feminism, which is an easy and safe take people keep making. But he's also been enabled by a moral collapse on the right that expresses itself in always passing the buck. In this case, to women, which is ironically pretty effeminate.
Yeah.
Did he just call Andrew Wilson a girl?
He just said Andrew Wilson's opinion is a little bit effeminate.
Told him a bitch.
Andrew Tate posted this after saying, I can't breathe, which is fucking hilarious because people are talking about fucking getting Trump to pardon Derek Chauvin. So this is not the own he thinks it is. And yeah, Razor Fist agrees. Well, after the Et tu Ron episode last year, I thought no one could make me side with DeSantis, yet here we are.
Yeah, I know.
Like, dude, like, you have to be pretty thick to think this is an own on Ron DeSantis. Like, and now he's trying to say that, he's in Vegas and agents from Florida are surveilling me. Bro, Florida sent no one after you. They have no jurisdiction in Nevada. Like, you absolute fucking tool.
That seems a little paranoid.
No, it's not paranoid. He's just making shit up. Same as his thing about, like...
after him.
Yeah, they're after arresting him.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. There's a clip of him. Hang on. Tate Owens. Phone wipe. There it is.
Oh, you got
like
Candace Owens. Oh, yeah.
He was on Candace Owens as well, because of course.
Come get me, arrest me, perp walk me, put me on the news, tell everyone I'm a human trafficker. You think I'm not versed? You think I'm not ready? I'm a Navy SEAL in this shit. Fucking come get me, raid my house, take my stuff. You think I sleep with a phone full of evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? You think I'm dumb? Come get me, arrest me, let's do this all over.
You think I sleep with a phone full of evidence? I wipe my phone every night.
What's something an innocent person says?
Yes, that's totally something an innocent person says. Why would you have to wipe your phone every night to get rid of evidence? Evidence of what exactly, Andrew?
Phone with the cloth every night?
The jizz from him jerking off over pictures of himself.
Yeah.
Look at Candace's eyes. She's just fucking dead.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like, what the fuck?
When you take one too many blows to the head.
From Tate.
Let me find it. Yeah. So he tried to pretend this happened. The first thing the manager of the hotel in Vegas said to me, sorry about Florida treating you that way when you first came home. They let everybody down. Your hotel suite is comped.
And they all clapped.
Yeah, and then everybody clapped and an old woman gave you $100. Like, fucking Christ. It's just, because this is, you're not trotting out the if you've got nothing to hide line, are you? No, but my point is, you've just gone on fucking, on a show, like, listen.
Evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? You think I'm dumb?
Listen to what he says, Costy.
Phone full of evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? You think I'm...
You think I have a phone full of evidence? You think I don't wipe my phone every night? The implication there is if he didn't wipe his phone every night, he'd have a phone full of evidence. Well, my question is, evidence of what? If I was under 24/7 Matrix attack, I'd wipe my phone daily too. If I was under 24/7 Matrix attack, I wouldn't do any crimes.
That too. But
Yeah,
he said I wiped my phone. Do you think I keep evidence on my phone? No.
Yeah.
There is no evidence that you could find on me because there is no evidence.
Yeah, I'm innocent. I haven't done anything wrong. Come at me. Yeah, come at me. I haven't done anything wrong. No, he doesn't say that. He said, come at me. I've wiped all the evidence.
Yeah.
You think I'm stupid enough to carry evidence around with me? What?
What? What's going on? What?
If you don't wipe your phone, and that just goes up after a while. Yeah, that's probably what he's actually talking about. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and think that it's actually him jerking off over his phone. Anyway, that's enough for Tate. Sick of talking about him.
No, it's 40 chess. Your Honor, all that evidence has been planted because I wipe my phone every night.
Yeah, the evidence couldn't possibly exist.
Yeah, they planted.
No, well,
because
the
I
irony
already
is
destroyed it.
The irony is he does it now because Dicot has a whole bunch of evidence that's taken from his phone and WhatsApp chats on his phone. So when they raided his place, he restores it from iCloud every night. Yeah.
Waiting for the beat to
You may be wondering, that's Windsor Castle.
Huh.
So the Crusades
taking it over?
weren't all for naught. Oh, wait. The Crusades were all for naught.
Yeah, we failed.
For God's sakes, like, Jesus Christ.
No, England needs a new crusade.
Yeah, well, the world needs a new crusade. Let's talk about the not quite State of the Union. Starting to down my resolve as a straight big part of the Commonwealth. Yeah, I saw people were talking about, oh, you know what we need to do because Trump's abandoned the West. We need to do the Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, and have like free movement. And my first thought was, no, I don't want all those Muslims here. There's like 23% of the UK is Muslims. That's more than the population of Australia. They'll all just fucking come here. $66 million in the UK. There's 4 million Muslims. That's like that would fill Sydney. I actually thought it was more than 4%. It must be I thought it was 23%.
Yeah, that must be London.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yeah.
Specifically Muslim. Oh, yeah.
Anyway, but yes, Trump had a not the State of the Union this week. So Elizabeth TikTok says Chuck Schumer, Elizabeth Warren, and Cory Booker posted identical videos word for word right before Trump's speech.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
That ain't true. That's what you just heard. Since day one of Donald Trump's presidency, prices are not down. They're up. Inflation is getting...
Wow, that's a great own. That's almost like a whole bunch of conservative influencers tweeting the exact same text.
Yeah.
Like, come on, that is not a good argument to make. Especially when you're libs of TikTok. Like, they all fucking tweeted exactly the same wording. Like, come on. When they got the fucking Epstein binders. Yeah, you all coordinate your shit. We know this. We know how politics works. Fucking stop it. Like, you guys can't be throwing fucking stones. Mm-hmm. J.D. Vance's speaker and Speaker Johnson discussed tonight's congressional address. They were caught on a hot mic.
By the way, I think the speech is going to be great, but I don't know how you do this for 90 minutes.
The hardest thing was doing it during Biden when the speech was a stupid campaign speech.
So for those who couldn't quite hear it at the end, God damn you, Costi. NPC computer chip meme. I hope that's not in reference to me. I hope that's in reference to all the people that just echo each other. No, what Johnson said was it was harder under Biden when it was a stupid campaign speech. Which is true, because it's basically a campaign speech. So some of the highlights were Trump just made the life of a young kid with brain cancer by making him a member of the Secret Service. Anthony Cumia said, of course, he can't be worse than this one. Oh, yes, it was. Yes. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. That's what you should have done.
Yes.
Can't be worse than that one. That's a great burn. Representative Al Green was reportedly drafting articles of impeachment after he was removed from the chamber. I think there's a photo of him
but the president
literally
didn't remove him.
That's right. He didn't fucking remove him. The speaker did.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Because he wouldn't shut the fuck up. He was told to
Trump
shut the fuck
spoke
up.
for Trump's. They're impeaching him for speaking for 100 minutes. What was it? Al Green photo. I want to see if I can find the Al Green photo. There's an angle of him from behind shaking his cane. That's the one. He thinks this is like some massive own that he was like shaking his cane at Donald Trump. It's old man yells at cloud. It's old man yells at cloud, and it is the perfect fucking analogy, for the Democratic Party right now. All they have, old man shakes a stick at president. Like there's nothing else. There's not like it is weak. It is feckless. It is choose your synonym for weak. Like it is just pathetic.
Well, that's all they can do. That's all they've got is to.
Well, the other thing was they were holding signs. Like they were holding up these little the paddles, which again were memed to fucking hell. Like let's see if I can find it. None of you guys posted, but what's her name? The Palestinian in thing.
Ilham Omar.
No, that's the Sudanese woman. The Palestinian one is the one with the glasses. She's a member of the squad.
Yeah.
Squad members of Congress. Rashida Tlaib.
Okay.
I got through typing squad members Congress and then it popped in my head. Rashida Tlaib. Damn it.
No, the water buffalo.
The water buffalo. Yeah, not the brother fucker, the water buffalo. I don't think anybody spells her name right. That's the problem. It doesn't matter. I can't find it. But they were holding up signs, and one of the signs was on a white background. So of course, the internet memed the fuck out of it. So like it like I've said, the left can't meme because they don't understand it. Like they don't look at themselves and go, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe this is a bad idea. Anyway, Trump smashes Dems on weaponized government and lawfare.
Weaponized government, where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out?
Not too good.
There we go. There's an example. Musk steals, save Medicaid. Like,
I'll put a tweet inside chat.
Oh, okay, yep, cool. Thank you. You are a gentleman and a scholar. Yeah. This is not what you do. Never do this. Never, ever, ever. Unless you want to be turned into a meme, hold up a fucking white, a white tablet, like whiteboard that people can just put whatever they like on.
Even the blacks,
even the black ones, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Well, they've memed the shit out of them.
Yeah.
It's like there are better ways to protest.
Like just absolute clown show. And of course, there's Vindman right there, one of the Vindman brothers.
Which one?
Eugene.
Whereabouts? Oh, okay.
Just here.
Okay.
No whiteboard, but it worked in the first episode of the newsroom. Fallen, you and I are going to be are literally the only people in the world who have watched the newsroom.
I beg your pardon.
All right, you, me, and Baldo are the only people who have watched the newsroom.
Obama good, Osama bad.
Yeah. It is a good show, but that's because I like Sorkin's dialogue.
Yes.
So yes, as I showed before, the Trump honoured a little boy who had brain cancer, who is alive because of a law that Trump signed in his first term. The Triad Act, basically allowing people to
try experimental.
Even if the FDA doesn't approve, if you are going to die without it, you are allowed to try whatever. Like,
so you can try whatever. Waivers and
you can just agree. And Nicole Wallace had something to say, which is quite fucking disgusting, honestly.
But I think this was a lesson in finding one thing that you let yourself feel. And I let myself feel joy about DJ. And I hope he's alive for another, 95 years, right? And I hope he lives and the life he wants to live. He wants to be a cop. He knows what he wants to do. And maybe when you have childhood cancer, that crystallizes for you. And I hope he has a long life as a law enforcement officer. But I hope he never has to defend the United States Capitol against Donald Trump supporters. And if he does, I hope he isn't one of the 6 who loses his life to suicide. And I hope he isn't one who has to testify against the people who carried out acts of seditious conspiracy and then live to see Donald Trump pardon those people.
What the fuck is she talking about? Like, this is peak retardation.
How did making everything about January 6th work out? How'd that work out for you?
It re-elected Trump.
As Trump would say. Yeah, exactly. It re-elected Trump. Like, it really is just, like, ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot fucking stand it. It really drives me fucking nuts. And
it's the Principal Skinner meme.
If I was in charge over at MSNBC in any way, this woman would be fired that afternoon.
Yeah, it's a Principal Skinner meme.
What the fuck?
Am I the problem?
She would be in my office, and I would be telling her, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you fucking stupid? What the fuck is wrong with you? You go on national TV and say that shit.
Yeah,
like." Theorizing about a future where this kid fucking kills himself. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get out of my office. You're fired. Pack your fucking shit.
Fired.
You are fired. I don't know if this is the same bit. Oh, there we go, yes.
And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter.
And the funny, I don't know if anybody noticed this when it was, because I watched the whole thing, but I don't know how many people actually noticed. He did those things. Mm-hmm. He's talking about COVID. He's talking about his economy before COVID. He's talking about the crime coming down. Like, he did all those things. So they can't give him credit for it. This is like literally the first time I've ever heard him be like, yeah, the curve, like after 2021 being like, COVID vaccine was great. I did amazing.
Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
He is right.
Realize that.
No matter what, like not a single fucking Democrat stood and applauded for anything, and there were plenty of opportunities for them to applaud, or for them to at least show some fucking like unanimity with the other side.
Okay.
Bill Maher pointed out that the Republicans did something very similar last time around.
Okay.
Like they wouldn't stand either. So it's not a partisan thing, but it has just become so fucking toxic on both
Who
sides.
was that angry cat lady, Cruella de Vil? Go all the way to the right. Third.
Oh, the one with the purple hair.
Yeah, who is that?
That I don't know her name. I can't remember her name. What's her fucking name?
She looks angry.
Purple haired. Should be really easy. Rosa DeLorio is the name. This is. I'm not sure if this is a him or a her. If it's just a.
I think it's a her. It's just her anger has just aged her.
Yeah.
To the gremlin.
Like, how old is she? Born in 1943. She's 82 years old. And has been in office, let's see, since 1991.
Oh.
My God.
Just insane. But there's Debbie Wasserman Schultz over here. There's, of course, Nancy Pelosi. I can pick out far too many of these people by name, and that should be depressing for an Australian. Anyway.
Pelosi doesn't look like she's having a good time, though.
No, she wasn't. Most people like the speech. So 76% approve, 23% disapprove. CNN's approval poll had 66% too. Most of the people,
2/3 or more of the country.
So among the speech watchers, so they had a bunch of people who watched it. 44% were somewhat positive, 25% were somewhat positive, and the rest were negative Nancy's. So I thought it was a fine speech. Like it was better than most. It was the longest. It was the longest. It was the longest State of the Union. I mean, everybody's treating it as State of the Union, but it wasn't the State of the Union. I think because they're supposed to provide. I think because it was so late in the year, because it was in March, not in early Feb. That's what made it not the State of the Union. But there's no requirement for the president to attend a joint session to deliver the State of the Union. All the requirement is that he deliver an update on the State of the Union. You can send a letter to Congress, and that would fulfill your obligation as president.
So that's been turned into.
So I think he just did that and then did this when he had time. So.
Okay.
But anyway, let's talk about tariffs, shall we? The tariffs that are on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again, on again, off again. Breaking: Trump could announce a pathway for tariff relief on Mexican and Canadian goods covered by the North American Free Trade Agreement as soon as tomorrow. Pro tip: he didn't. China has imposed 100% tariffs on selected Canadian imports. This is apparently in response to a 25% tariff on Chinese EVs
from
China.
Canada.
So electronic vehicles from China. So Canada is charging 25% tariff on Chinese electric vehicles. So in return, China is imposing 100% tariff on select Canadian imports. Trump has kicked a can down the road on the tariffs for what's it called? Mexico. He had a phone call with what's her name? Scheinlin? Judge Judy.
Yeah.
I think she's got the same last name as Judge Judy, because Judge Judy is Judge Judy Scheinlin. I'm pretty sure the president of Mexico is like President Scheinlin, so I'm just going to say Judge Judy now.
President Judge Judy.
Apparently, Rasmussen did some polling, and Trump's gold card visa is not a hit with voters. 47% disapprove. So only 41% approve, and only 22% strongly approve. So.
Yeah, I can see that when they're still in the midst of kind of pulling out all the
talking about getting rid of them all, and Trump is taking actions to increase lumber supplies and curb wood imports. So I think that's going to fuck Canada. like, all I have to say is begun the trade wars have. So, because Europe is talking about tariffs on American goods in response to the like disengaging from Europe. So, it's turned into a whole thing. This is interestingly enough for those history buffs out there. This is how the Great Depression started.
Trade wars.
Yeah, trade wars. It started with the trade wars. Countries put up protectionist trade barriers, and it fucked the economy. So, yeah. Actually, I can probably show you an example. S&P 500. Let's have a look at the Standard & Poor's over the last week. Yahoo Finance. Let's see. 5 days is enough. 5 days is enough for you to get an idea. All of these hikes, where it goes up, correspond to Trump saying no tariffs. I've had a great conversation. We're not going to tariff this. Maybe we'll get rid of them. Followed by no, they're back. And you'll notice that there is a consistent downward trend, because every time Trump says there's going to be tariffs, the market goes, God damn it. But every time there's a little bit more resistance to jumping back in, because they think Trump's going to do it again. And that's how this can start to spiral out of control. Also, Trump announced the strategic crypto reserve this week. He had the crypto summit. Do I have that separately? Yeah, I do. I do have that separately. I shouldn't have jumped ahead, because that's not actually part of this section, but I figure it fits because we're talking about markets going up and down. And the crypto market took a fucking beating this week, mostly because of, let's say, coin market. Mostly because of Trump's up and downing of the market. So market cap's a good indicator of overall crypto performance. So you will see the up down is reflected in the crypto markets. Mm-hmm. So what was this one? I think this was when he announced the strategic reserve. Yeah, because I think I tweeted that, like, one tweet and he added like $500 million in market cap, and then another tweet and it disappeared. So, yeah, because I think it was criticizing him as being the most pro-crypto president ever, despite ruining fucking faith in the crypto markets by immediately launching a shitcoin and then another shitcoin, or at least allowing his wife's name to be attached to a shitcoin. My God.
Yeah.
Anyway, Alberta lawyer Jeff Rath says a delegate is planning to travel to DC to pitch president on Alberta statehood.
There's a group of Albertans that are working together right now to put together a delegation to go to Washington to talk to the Trump administration about Alberta petitioning for U.S. statehood. It's quite evident being governed by idiots in Ottawa who don't understand that we can't afford a trade war with our largest trading partner, and rather than simply apologizing to President Trump for not meeting our NATO commitments and not adequately securing our border, apparently the Trudeau government has decided to declare a trade war and run up trillions of dollars in costs like they did during COVID on a made-up emergency. So there's a number of us in Alberta that have had enough and want to go speak with the Trump administration about the benefits of Alberta joining the United States.
Uncivil law. Yes, that's Canadian uncivil law. Fallen Prince says, why are the cowboys in Canada? My understanding is Alberta has lots of cattle farms, like cattle ranches, and farms in general.
So what, the whole state of Alberta?
Yeah, the whole province of Alberta. They don't have states, they have provinces.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Let's have a look at a map.
Is Alberta...
It's the second one in
British Columbia?
Yeah, it's British Columbia, then Alberta.
Yeah, British Columbia's on the coast. Yeah. Alberta's where all the oil is too.
Mm-hmm. Then Saskatchewan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there you go. There's Alberta. Yeah, so it's British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec, and Newfoundland. Newfoundland and Labrador. Quebec is the reason for a lot of the existing farm tariffs, because a lot of the milk farmers are in Quebec. So.
And they're French.
And they're French, yeah.
Toronto
Ontario
is-
Premier Doug Ford says he's willing to enter a trade war with America, warning U.S. citizens will feel pain. They're going to feel pain like they never felt before. Trump's going to tell him, you don't tell us how we're going to feel. Don't tell us how we're going to feel.
We are the largest purchaser of alcohol in the world. We buy over 3,600 products from 35 states. I talked to the governor of Kentucky and Mitch McConnell. Don't touch our bourbon. I'm going after absolutely everything. And I don't want to. We keep the lights on, the 1.5 million homes in manufacturing in New York, in Michigan, and in Minnesota. If he wants to destroy our economy and our families, I will shut down the electricity going down to the U.S. And I'm telling you, we will do it. It's unfortunate. I would rather ship you more electricity, ship you more critical minerals. I want to ship you more energy, more potash to keep your farmers going, and uranium that you use for your nuclear power. It comes through from Saskatchewan over to Ontario. And it's going to be a massive, massive problem. I'm telling you, we love the Canadians love Americans. I love the U.S. Everyone does. And not one American friend. When I lived there for 20 years, I've talked to all of them. Hardcore Republicans are saying this is the biggest mistake President Trump has done, and we're dead against it.
And
I've yet to find one that supports him.
And so, if I'm hearing you correctly, you are ready, sir, to go to war, to go to a trade war with the United States, with the Trump administration.
It's the last thing we want to do. It's one person that's coming to attack us economically. Your closest friend, your treasured ally, that will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in every situation you faced, and he's attacking the person, his number one customer. There's no country in the world that buys more products off the U.S. than we do. We're the number one trading customer to 28 states. And a lot of them are red states. They're going to feel the pain like they've never felt before. We're going to feel the pain. But I'll tell you, Canadians are resilient. We're strong.
Notice he uses the same sort of language that Trump uses. You're going to feel the pain like you've never felt before. He's talking to Trump. He's not talking to America. He's talking to Trump. This week has reminded me of a quote from Henry Kissinger. So, forgive me for quoting a war criminal, but Kissinger once said that to be America's enemy is dangerous. To be its friend, fatal.
Yeah. Okay.
We're proud, and we're going to fight back like they've never seen.
Tamara V says, reminder that Australia's luxury car tax is a tariff with an exception. Yes, it is. It is a tariff. Tax is another name for a tariff. And it's worse. It is the worst type of tariff.
What type of
It is a protectionist tariff on a industry that doesn't exist. There's no domestic car industry in Australia. How do I buy an Australian-made car if no one in Australia makes a car? What market is the luxury car tax or luxury car tariff protecting? It's not. It's a tax on rich people.
Yeah, it's to punish the citizens.
No, they don't. What they do is they replace axles with trees. So
before.
And
I'm sorry to the American people that your president has decided to do this. I apologize.
Not just riches too, because it kicks in really fucking low. If you buy an electric car, you're going to end up paying an electric car tax.
Oh yeah.
Unless you're buying like a BYD, which are really cheap, then you're going to pay the luxury car tax. Yeah, at least it doesn't apply to second-hand cars. So.
But he's giving us no choice. There's nothing wrong with our trading. He keeps saying, oh, they're taking money. No, that's not accurate. Matter of fact, if you take out our oil, that you take 4.3 million barrels a day, and we keep things going, outside of that, take the energy to the side, you have a $55 billion surplus. which is good. That's fine. America has a $55 million process, and I mean, 55 billion more in trade, and God bless them. We want to expand the trade. We want to create an AMCAN fortress. The two greatest countries in the world.
Best of luck. McKinney says, ahoy, AMCAN, America and Canada.
Okay.
McKinney says, ahoy, Underworlds and other non-Canucks. How much coping and seething have you been watching today? Well, Costi would say that I've been coping and seething, so maybe a lot.
A good amount.
Pierre Polivier takes shot to Trump and says Canada will fight back. Trump stabbed America's best friend in the back. Canada will fight back. We will defend our people. This is the maddest person in Canada right now. Because all this fight with Trump has made it that Trudeau is actually popular again. So,
God damn it!
God, no, McKinney. My TDS is fine. My TDS is well treated. So Tucker Carlson had Sam Bankman-Fried on this week, as well as the Prime Minister of Qatar. But we won't talk about that. But yeah, apparently he had a Google document of all his ideas on how to get out of all of it. Number one is file the doc with problems about Chapter 11 process. Number two is go with the lawyers were in a shitty situation, and I feel really bad about that, like most people do. They reacted poorly to difficult circumstances. 3, go on Tucker Carlson, come out as a Republican.
God damn.
While public contributions show one thing, you see another, including super PACs, come out against the woke agenda, talk about how the cartel of lawyers is destroying value and throwing entrepreneurs under the bus in order to cover up the incompetence of lawyers. So yes, he went on... He went on with Tucker Carlson, and apparently Bureau of Prisons didn't know. So he is now in solitary confinement. So yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried went on Tucker Carlson, and as payment, he was thrown in solitary, thrown in the shoe.
Nice.
But yeah, Trump says the US will move forward on a crypto strategic reserve that includes XRP, Solana, and ADA. Oh, that was this week, yeah. I think that was the first bump. This was on the chart I showed before. That was the first bump.
And then he fucked it up with the tariffs.
And then tariffs, and everybody goes, "Oh no!" How the fuck did he get a computer and do a Zoom meeting without them knowing? They get so they're allowed to have video calls with people because they get iPads. Like prisons in the US, especially federal ones, they're all managed by private companies, or not all of them, but a lot of them are managed by private companies, and the private companies provide them a communication service, and they get iPads where they can make phone calls. So they get to make a private call with someone. Now it's recorded, but nobody watches them all. So all he had to do was have a video call with Tucker Carlson, and they recorded it. And that's it. Yes, it is kind of bullshit, but also fuck SBF. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. The crypto market would be a lot higher today if not for SBF. Jesus, no more smuggling cell phones up your ass in prison. No, they still do that, just different prisons. I think we talked about it on the show before.
Yeah, isn't everything controlled by that pad? It's your issue.
Yeah, it's how you
issued pad. How you do everything.
It's how you do everything.
Okay.
You want books? It's on the pad. Do you want to check out timetables or schedules or any of that? It's on the pad.
It's an example of a prison phone that only exists to be shoved up your butt. I think there's one that's the shape of a butt plug too, so you don't lose it. So fucking weird. Imagine being the company that makes the butt plug phones.
Well, that's the market.
Be really bad if someone calls his phone and it fucking vibrates.
What do you mean bad? I'm sure some of the inmates would love that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Peter Schiff says, I get the rationale for a Bitcoin reserve. I don't agree with it, but I get it. We have a gold reserve. Bitcoin is digital gold, which is better than analog gold. So let's create a Bitcoin reserve too. But what's the rationale for an XRP reserve? Why the hell would we need that? This person says the answer is hidden in the text. I'll make America the crypto hub. To achieve this, he must also win over altcoin investors. XRP and Sol are among the strongest assets in the crypto ecosystem. Yes, this is true. But the only reason Sol is a powerful crypto is because it's used for the fucking all the scams. All the scams are built on Solana, and that's because the gas fees are low. It's just a version of Ethereum with so it has smart contracts and all.
Yep.
Better than real gold, yeah. It's a brainlet take. Once you are well and truly crypto pilled, then you start having retarded takes like that. That it's better than gold. That's all right. America doesn't have any gold anyway.
Inbuilt ledger.
Yeah. America doesn't have any gold, and the world trades something like 4 or 8 times the total amount of gold inside the crust of Earth every week.
Jesus.
The gold trading market actually literally trades more gold than exists on the planet.
So it's all
the gold. Yeah, it's like the gold futures market. Like, it's fucking nuts. Anyway, Arab leaders endorse Egypt's counter-proposal to Trump's Gaza plan. So the Arab leaders are going to pump $53 billion into Gaza. Then it's going to be managed by the Egyptians. So, but the Palestinians aren't going to get to go to Egypt. They're going to keep their really, really, really, really, really reinforced wall with Palestine with Gaza to keep the Palestinians out. So. President Trump says shalom means shalom Hamas means hello and goodbye. You can choose. Release all of the hostages now, not later, and immediately return all of the dead bodies of the people you murdered, or it is over for you. Only sick and twisted people keep bodies, and you are sick and twisted. I'm sending Israel everything it needs to finish the job. Not a single Hamas member will be safe if you don't do as I say. I've just met with your former hostages whose lives you have destroyed. This is your last warning. Totally gonna kill you all. For the leadership, now is the time to leave Gaza while you still have a chance. Also, to the people of Gaza, a beautiful future awaits, but not if you hold hostages. If you do, you're dead. Make a smart decision. Release the hostages now, or there will be hell to pay later. So yes, Trump gave them their last warning on the 6th, 3 days ago, so there are still hostages. So I imagine Trump will be giving them another last warning next week, if he remembers. The State Department... actually, I did this in the wrong order because Israel went back into Gaza. They said they're stopping all goods and supplies into Gaza. The State Department has revoked the visa of a student that engaged in pro-Hamas demonstrations on campus. Trump has cut $400 million, more than $400 million in grants to Colombia over anti-Semitism concerns, potentially more to come.
It was called the find out stage for that student.
Yes. And Rubio has used his emergency authority to fast-track $4 billion in aid for Israel.
Of course.
Yay! It's okay. He just wants they all just want peace. Just want peace.
Yeah, just peace.
Except in Israel, they want that.
Oh no! God damn.
Anyway, it's time for everyone's favorite segment this week.
I love how the croc is smoking.
Yeah, that's right. I love AI. Thank you. I think
Fallen
Fallen posted that, so thank you. Yes, West Australia had elections last night or yesterday, I guess, and the Labor Party won by an absolute landslide. They needed 30 seats. They won 40. I think there's 10 seats in doubt. So yeah, it's going to be it's fun. So the Liberals did gain massively. They went from 1 seat to 5 seats. So that's incredible.
Oh my God.
So they're back, baby. The Liberals are back.
Up 500%.
I didn't really organise the. Yeah, that's right. They're up. Their vote share is up 500%. Anyway, I didn't really organise the Cyclone Alfred stuff into a section, but here we go.
Cyclone Alfred is barrelling towards southeast Queensland, heading straight for Brisbane. There are fears the Category 2 storm could be upgraded to a Category 3 before it makes landfall, either late tomorrow or early Friday. Alfred is currently 510 kilometres off the coast, and residents in the firing line will start to feel more of its ferocity from today. Thousands of people are already being asked to consider evacuating on the Sunshine Coast.
We are currently finalising the locations of our refuge centres, and we will update.
Nah, Tim has no power.
From today, damaging winds of up to 120
Yeah, he's fighting for his
kilometres
life.
an hour are
His
expected
fridge is
between
fighting for
Double
its
Island
life.
Point and Grafton. Queenslanders and residents in northern New South Wales are being urged to prepare now.
If somebody knocks on your door in the days ahead and explains the kind of area that you're in and what is expected, please listen to their advice.
Anyone who chooses to stay, please ensure that you have prepared your properties and have a plan in place.
Minor flooding could also start from today between Sandy Cape and Grafton, especially at high tide.
So yeah, yes, this was it's Tropical Cyclone Alf. Only Australians are going to get that reference, but that's okay.
Queensland. We're famous for our summers, but also our cyclones. So let's get prepared. The cyclone watch has just been issued.
Thank you, TikTok, for doing this.
Gale force winds within 48 hours. So let's start getting ready. Check your emergency plan and kit. Clean up your yard, secure any loose items. Fuel up your car and check on your neighbours. We are now expecting gale force winds within 24 hours. This means that the watch is now a warning. So make sure you've tuned into alerts and evacuation advice. Charge your electronic devices, turn off your utilities, protect your windows, and find a secure place within your home to shelter. Every cyclone
Look out, lady!
is different, but all are dangerous.
Anyway, I'm not watching that whole fucking thing. But yes, it was. It didn't actually make landfall as a hurricane.
Well, technically,
Well-
it did because it hit the islands.
Yeah, but that doesn't count.
No.
Yeah. They don't count.
Fine. But yeah,
Why would you clean up your yard before you do it so that your the stuff in your front yard doesn't become a projectile that kills someone else or
as
you?
it goes through your house and lands in your backyard.
Yeah, I would have thought that would be pretty obvious. But yes, it landed. This is the weirdest fucking cyclone I've seen. It's the first cyclone to come that far south in 50 years.
Yeah.
The 74 floods, or 72 floods, were actually caused by a cyclone. The Brisbane 70-something floods.
Yeah, it's 50 years.
Mm.
So, there's lots of flooding. But yes, by the time it made landfall, it wasn't a large scale hurricane. It was just it's now just a tropical low, or a ex-tropical cyclone. This is going to be interesting. So this is Surfers Paradise.
Oh, look at that erosion.
Yeah. Yep. It's going to take a while for that to come back.
They'll just pop a vacuum out to sea and suck it all back in.
So a bit of damage. This picture comes around every time, no matter where you are in the world. Whenever there's a cyclone or some sort of disaster, someone posts a picture of the no one wants vegan food.
I was actually really surprised when I went out to the shops on Friday. There was lots of people, but everyone was measured in what they bought, what they purchased. There wasn't trolleys full of, random shit that's going to go off in 3 days if we lose power. It was just normal everyday shit, which I was happy to see.
That's
I think it's because we deal with it so often. So either it's fires, hurricanes, it's kind of normalized. So we kind of like, okay, I just need to get our extra stuff. It's not a panic where it was the virus. Like virus is was a kind of unknown.
Like, look at this track. Look at this ridiculous fucking track, will you? This is the track it took.
Coming down,
at the moment, that's a normal track because
it's like, oh, out to sea. Oh, actually, wait a minute.
Wait, Chinese boats are out there. Got to do a U-turn.
Nah, back
psych,
the other way.
Psych.
Oh, no. Here I come. I'm psych. It didn't
Psych.
it literally pulled a second psych and then moved into land. Proves that Harper's working, yes. Harper's working and we're using it here. We needed the rain. It's like we didn't actually. Why Brisbane? What are they distracting us from? It was Gaza. They wanted everybody looking over in Brisbane instead of Gaza. It's the Jews. The Jews did the rain.
Yeah, so the reason... So normally, hurricanes, cyclones, whatever, low depressions that turn into dangerous winds, they normally travel down the Queensland coast and then head out towards New Zealand. What was particularly interesting about this one was there was a high between Australia and New Zealand, which with the winds flow counterclockwise or anti-clockwise, which is what pushed it back into the Queensland coast. That's why it did that. That it was fighting to go back over, or it was fighting to go towards New Zealand, and there was a high that was pushing it back in. And there was also a high in the bite.
Choose the normal track, yeah. Well played.
Yeah.
For the non-Australians and I guess at least 90s kids that are Australian, this is Mr. Squiggle. He had a show on the ABC, a kids show, where he would draw things with his nose. So that's the story behind that.
On bits of paper that would have a couple dots in a line.
Yeah, that's right. He would. Yeah. Anyway, 35 ADF personnel have been injured in a crash in Lismore, just southeast of Lismore. So here's the reporting.
Let's go south of the border where we find James Wilson at Lismore Hospital. He's covering that major crash with Defence personnel. James, good morning to you. I understand you have some good news for us this morning.
Good morning, Ali. Yes, I do. Of those 36 ADF personnel involved in this crash, I can report this morning that none of them have life-threatening injuries. It's great news after what was such a crazy
because the ground was so wet
in Lismore, around 15 minutes south of the town on Tregeagle Road. This ADF crew who was here in the Northern Rivers to help the community in this flood crisis, they themselves finding them.
How the fuck did they manage that?
Emergency. We are learning more about what happened here as well. It's understood that these two troop carriers were on their way to help the SES with a fallen tree when they were navigating this windy and wet country road. It's believed that the vehicle in front, the troop carrier in front, has somehow lost control and crashed down an embankment. The troop carrier behind swerved to avoid that vehicle, and that's where you saw those incredible images of that troop carrier on its side, the ADF personnel climbing up out of that vehicle. Those images were actually snapped by Sydney Morning Herald chief photographer Nick Moyer, who was covering the floods in this region. He took those frames and then went and assisted himself.
High centre of
we
gravity.
caught up with him shortly after the crash.
Immediately, like, there was only a couple of medics or something, and it was obvious that there was a lot of injuries. It was pretty hectic. The first, 10 minutes, it was just triaging who had what sort of injuries. There were people trapped down inside. I couldn't get down there. Kind of going through a whole pile of stuff, is there a fire danger and stuff, but it's such a major, large vehicle.
Looking at that crash scene, it is truly a remarkable escape for those personnel involved. 36, we understand that 8 of them are seriously injured. The more seriously injured, they've been taken here to Lismore Hospital. Those with more minor injuries taken to Tweed Heads overnight. We've heard from...
See, if it were America, then there'd be, 36 more Purple Hearts that could be claimed. But, yeah, we don't have that here, so... You don't get a medal for stubbing your toe and filling out some paperwork.
Of New South Wales and the Prime Minister, both extremely concerned and offering their well wishes to those personnel involved in the crash. And today, crash investigators from the police are also investigating this as well.
Clearly driving while drunk. 4 people have been hospitalised on the Gold Coast with carbon monoxide poisoning. They ran a personal generator inside.
Oh my god.
Oh, rookie mistake.
Yes, they are that fucking stupid. So, a man was arrested at Avalon Airport after allegedly trying to board a Jetstar flight with a gun.
Wait, what's Avalon?
Is why.
Avalon Airport is the second airport in Melbourne. It's about an hour out of town. If you used to fly, if you flew Tiger down to Melbourne, you landed at Avalon.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. You don't want to fly out from Avalon at all. You want to fly out of the proper airport.
Yeah, Tullamarine.
Yeah, no, you don't because if you're going out to Avalon, like Tullamarine is like on the edge of the city. Avalon is outside the city, another hour away.
Yeah.
It'd be like flying out of Sydney, but leaving from like Williamtown Airport,
Okay.
So Newcastle Airport. So you drive 2 hours just to get on a plane. You're already out of the fucking... I don't know how they call it Melbourne, but it is. So yeah. 50 kilometres southwest.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the kid. He went on in his gear and tried to get on a plane with a handgun. Actually, I think he had a rifle. Yeah, that's part of the rifle. Like, what the fuck? They have thrown the fucking book at this kid. He got 8 charges. Like, taking a fucking plane, like he got all the terrorism charges, and then there's all the like possession of firearm charges. Like, he got all of them. They've thrown the bookcase at that kid. He's fucked. He's 17 years old too, so he's done.
Oh yeah, he's turbo.
No idea what the motivation was. It's just
Andrew Tate.
What? Yeah, it's clearly Andrew Tate's fault. Yeah. Stupid me. Should have known. Back to cyclone stuff. This is how we entertain ourselves during cyclones.
I feel sorry for the landscaper.
Yeah.
Because that is going to be fucking destroyed for months.
I hope that's oh no, it's definitely not the footpath. No. The footpath is next to it and paved. You do not want to do that on the footpath.
Oh, no.
Anthony Albanese has ruled out an April election. I'm going to be right. I'm going to be found correct. And our election is going to be on May the 17th.
So that's like the last...
That is literally the last date. That is that is the longest they can wait to do it.
6 months out thing. Maybe call an election.
It's a window. It's between X date and X date and Y date, and the latest possible time you can do it is the 17th of March, May.
Yeah.
So that's the day that's the day it's going to happen. I can guarantee. I lock it in, gentlemen. Lock it in.
I think it's 6 weeks from the announcement to election. So yeah.
Oh, it's 6 weeks.
Yeah, they'll have to announce it at least 6 weeks before that date. So they'll announce it this month. So probably 2 weeks from now, or a week and a bit from now.
Yeah.
This person says, let's step away from Ukraine for a bit and talk about the Chinese task force south of Australia. China's been telling 3 ship task forces in international waters near New Zealand and Australia. Here's the thread of what you need to know. The fleet is composed of 3 ships, the CNS Zunyi, frigate CNS Hengyang, and the fleet oiler CNS Weshanyu. These are the smaller Type 054As, is a multi-role frigate with a supply ship to extend the fleet's range.
The DDG ripoffs.
The People's Liberation Army Navy has been doing these sorts of ship naval operations since 2008 with piracy operations. Last year, a similar 3-ship task force visited Egypt and made stops in Morocco and the Seychelles, even visiting Russia. Why is it unusual this time? Previous task force ops were scoped westward, Indian Ocean to combat piracy, or goodwill visits to Africa and Europe. It's unusual because a live fire exercise between New Zealand and Australia, allies of the US, and because of a live fire exercise between New Zealand and Australia, and it disrupted air travel. I have a fucking picture. Oh no, that was the Elon Musk thing. That's right. The different reason for disrupting air travel. So what's the military point of this? It's testing for plans, naval capabilities, and logistics. This is gathering data on how it can perform naval operations in a new area. Those areas are the Madura Strait, the Solomon Sea, the Coral Sea, the Tasman Sea, and the Indian Ocean near Perth. These are major sea routes for naval dominance in the South Pacific and the First Island Chain. Madura Strait in the Philippines is a major transit point through the First Island Chain. So that's here. It's this first point here. That's the Madura Strait. Less important than this one here, which is the Strait of Malacca, because this is just transit from Asia to, well, in parts of Indonesia and Australia. So, interestingly enough, the reason the Straits of Malacca up here is the reason Australia wants nuclear submarines, because so our submarine fleet is half of our submarine fleet is in West Australia. So they're over here in Perth. I think they're in Fremantle, actually, which is a bit further west. But anyway. So the time it takes for them to sortie out to the Straits of Malacca. Because Straits of Malacca are important because China gets its oil from the Middle East, obviously. And that oil has to come through the Straits of Malacca. These straits here. And if you interdict ships there, it's like 80 kilometers wide or 80 miles wide, one of them. Really easy to fucking close down. If you interdict ships there, they have to go around. So they either have to go through this choke point or this choke point here or through one of these islands. So it's very easy to set up a ring of stations to basically cut off China from oil. So,
and the nuke subs are quiet, or they're faster, or both?
They can stay on station longer. So the problem with the Collins class is it by the time it's dispatched from Perth, it can only stay on station for 24 hours before it has to return.
Oh,
that's not great.
Yeah, because
they can't refuel from another ship. They have to go back to base.
Well, yeah. Then you've got to have an oiler, and it's not necessarily like if you've got an oiler on the surface, the Chinese can target it.
Yeah,
if you've got a base where you refuel, the Chinese can target it. So the idea is that
time out so we can refuel.
Yeah, so we can't run constant sorties. That's what the nukes. Yes, the Phil Collins class. That's who it's named after. That's absolutely who it's named after. Yeah.
Aren't they the Los Angeles class? Just
No, the Collins class. They're I think they're French.
It's what? Okay.
Because I thought we had LA class ones.
Well, they may be named.
I think we were by it.
They were rechained.
So these are the Collins class were Australian built, but they're designed because we used to run the Oberon class, which were American subs. Like the Oberons were diesel sub, British diesel subs. So these are the Collins class are enlarged versions of the Västergötland class,
which is Swedish.
So these were Swedish subs that were just made bigger. So But yeah, we never
we've
we
talked about getting subs from the States and then like nuclear powered subs from the States and then converting their power.
no, it was
into
France.
diesel. Was
The
from France,
the
wasn't it?
plan the plan
It was
for the
France.
the plan for the replacement for the Collins class was to buy subs from the French. So the Collins class were made in Australia under license from the Swedish shipbuilder. So it's built by the Australian Submarine Corporation. And they were a fucking disaster. These things were noisy as fuck, which is the opposite of why you have diesel submarines, because diesel submarines are much quieter than nuclear submarines, because in a diesel sub, you can turn off the diesel engine and run on batteries, and you are dead silent.
Oh.
In a nuclear submarine, you can't turn off the reactor.
Oh, because it
So
always.
the pumps that are pumping water to keep the reactor cool are running all the time. So if you are sensitive enough to be able to, if you have sensitive enough aquaphones to be able to listen for for subs, you can hear the reactor. Now they do a great job of isolating the reactor from sound so that you can't hear it, but it's still, you can't run dead silent. So that's the one advantage of a diesel electric, is that you can just fucking run dead silent. So
Is the Virginia class the American one?
the Virginia class is the replacement for the Los Angeles class. So from
okay.
memory, I think it is. So they're the fast attack ones. Preceded by the Seawolf class, but that doesn't really count. They only ever built 2 Seawolf class ships. Or boats, sorry. 3. They built 3. Seawolf's an awesome fucking sub.
Plan 29.
Yeah, they planned 29, they built 3. Yeah.
Oops.
So, one at the Jimmy Carter, which is the longer one, they actually cut a section out, they cut it in half, and then put in a new section, and the use of the new section is classified.
Oh,
interesting.
What it actually is it's used for deploying Navy SEALs. So there's a section inside the sub that is used to launch small vehicles for Navy SEAL insertions.
Okay.
That's what it's actually for. It's not for extra tomahawks. So, but yeah, the original. So the Seawolf was meant to replace the Los Angeles class. These ones, and the Virginia is meant to replace the Seawolf class. So.
Yeah, how many of the Virginias are
There's 4 on order.
Okay, they haven't cancelled.
10 are currently being built. They planned 66. There've been 24 completed. 24 completed, 23 active. 10 are still under construction. 4 are on back order for a total of 66 planned. And they're at a cost of what's the VPM? Okay, so they've already upgraded them. So this is the fucking problem. So there's block 1 to 4, and then there's block 5. Block 5s are the latest ones.
Yeah, you got to
and they're an extra. They're an extra what? Fucking
built in 2000.
They're an extra 25 meters long.
Ooh.
So the block 5s are an extra 25 meters long, and they cost $4.3 billion per in 23 dollary dues. So they could build them a lot. I think they're building them over Newport News. They're being constructed. Yeah, Newport News and Huntington Inglis. There's only 3.
Well, what the SS?
This is the problem with the Navy. The problem with forces in the Navy is that America's shipbuilding capacity has just been gutted. So there's only
supported by the merchant ships.
Yeah, because nobody builds American merchant ships anymore, which would normally be retooled to build normal naval vessels. So there's no capacity. So
yeah,
if the Americans had invested in the merchant marine, maybe they would have had
they'll still have a civilian
construction.
Yeah.
But they didn't, and they want to make it worse. They would literally want to make it worse by getting rid of the Jones Act.
What
it's
does the
retarded.
Jones Act do?
The Jones Act sets forth the establishment of the merchant marine and requires that any vessel or any cargo vessel or any vessel that moves cargo from one port in the United States to another port must be American flagged, American built, and American crewed.
Yeah.
And the point is, the whole point was to maintain sea lift capacity for when war breaks out, because during World War One, there weren't enough ships to be able to supply. So the war started, and then all the countries pulled all their own ships back under their own flag, and used them for their own purposes.
And if a country doesn't have,
and if your country doesn't have ships, you ship out of luck.
Yeah, wasn't the Olympic turned into a troop carrier? The Titanic's sister ship.
the
That's correct.
Titanic's
Yes.
sister ship was not the Olympic.
Wasn't it?
No, the Lusitania was the sister ship to the Titanic, because it was sunk as well. Oh no, it had two sister ships, the Olympic and the Britannic.
Yep.
The Britannic also sank.
But I do recall, yes, that they did retrofit.
I think one of
those
them
ships
was
for
turned
troop
into
characters.
troop carriers. So, yeah,
Which is easy enough to do.
Yeah. Anyway, back to this. We got way off topic.
That's a pre-stream for you.
Yeah, that's right. It's also reconnaissance, testing Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines, and US to gauge their military and political reactions. Live fire drills are a test. If Australia and the US do not react strongly, it shows China can increase its naval presence in the region without major consequences. If Australia reacts aggressively, China can use that response to justify further military buildup in the South Pacific. It gives them the shape of the military response, but also the political one, which is great data for future maneuvers, political and military. The PLS Navy's ability to operate in blue water demonstrates that military reforms are working. It's a symbol showing the fleet is capable of operating far from home and generate fear in Western naval powers. It's a statement of equality in a chaotic time. This tells domestic audiences we are no longer a regional power confined to our coastline. We now project strength globally. Whether or not that's true is irrelevant. So where's this fleet going? Judging by the current route, it looks like it will make a loop around Australia into the Indian Ocean. That leaves 3 routes back to their naval base. Sunda Strait, Lombok Strait, their original route through the Philippines and Banda Sea. These would place the fleet in the Java Sea, where it can make a transit back to the original route. If they feel more daring, they might go north into the South China Sea. This is a statement, by the way. Meanwhile, the PLA has the ops range to sail around Australia and into disputed waters in the South China Sea. How does this naval deployment fit into China's broader military strategy? This confirms that the PLA Navy is an emerging blue water force capable of sustaining operations far from Chinese shores. By circling Australia and conducting live fire drills, China proves it is no longer confined to coastal defence or the first island chain, showing that Chinese warships can project power not just into the South China Sea or Indian Ocean, but can enter new naval theatres without support from bases. Rising great powers attempt to do power projection. This fits into naval and military reforms of the last 10 years. What will be the Australian, New Zealand, US response? It's expected to increase surveillance, intelligence sharing, and joint naval drills. Interestingly enough, so the Royal Australian Navy and the Australian Air Force do freedom of navigation exercises in the South China Sea, and there has been many occasions where the Air Force flying a PC-3 like PC-3 Orion will be doing exercises over the South China Sea, and the Chinese will buzz the PC-3 Orion. There was a case, I think last year, maybe the year before, where they almost crashed into the fucking thing.
I think that was last year.
Into one of the Navy PC-3 Orions. So this thing.
Yeah.
There's a PC-3 Orion, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
think that happened
And
last
so
year.
Yeah.
So China will use their jets and they'll.
Yeah, China will buzz them.
Just
to
buzz
try
it.
and, we'll just harass them. Yeah. So same thing the Russians do with American patrols up in Alaska, like up in the Aleutian Islands. Will the PLA sail more task forces? Very likely. Current task force has 2 destroyer types, Type 55 and Type 54A, which are major escort ships for any large naval task force or expeditionary units. What you need to look for, the presence of new carriers or amphibious assault ships. This would indicate the signal intent to build a marine expeditionary force or carrier task force that can operate in the South Pacific or beyond the Indian Ocean. This task force is the first of several in the South Pacific. You need to watch frequency, basing rights, and task force composition. How naval power projection evolves signals nation's ambitions. So the Chinese have this guy, which is a LHD or a helicopter, basically a landing craft. It's meant to park offshore and ferry troops to shore.
There's also
and a regular old Admiral Kuznets knockoff proper aircraft carrier. So this is based on the Chinese first aircraft carrier they got from Ukraine. Funnily enough, it was the I think it was the Admiral Kuznets, and it was left in Crimea because it wasn't operable. Its reactor had been ripped out. It was basically a derelict, and the Ukrainians organised. This is back in the early aughts, I think. The Ukrainians organised with the Chinese to sell the wreck to the Chinese, and what the Chinese said they were going to do was they were going to turn it into a floating casino. And what they ended up doing was converting it back into a fucking aircraft carrier. So the Chinese took an old Russian aircraft carrier and then learned everything they know from that. So yeah, it's all right. I'm sure America and its allies. Oh wait. Anyway, this is from January, and I missed this story, and I can't believe I missed it. It means you guys missed it too. New Zealand's Mount Taranaki is now a legal person. That designation recognises the mountain as a sacred ancestor of the Maori and relinquishes government ownership. So apparently
the ramp is so that the ship doesn't have to be as long.
Yeah, that's right. So that the planes don't have to get to a higher speed.
Which means
so the ramp gives them more lift.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's why Harriers were called jump jets, because they launch off a ski jump. Because the original carriers that yes, it's a fucking ramp. Yeah, I know. It's a ski ramp. Because the original British carriers, like the HMS Invincible, was designed to launch jump jets. So the Harriers, because the British don't have, or didn't until the F-35s, didn't have any dedicated carrier-based aircraft. So, but now they have that's why the
Harriers were.
Yeah, the Harriers will jump. Yeah, Harriers are VTOL, but they're also STOL, so short takeoff and landing. So, when they take off from the aircraft carrier, they'd take off short takeoff, and they'd use the jump. The jump. That's why they were called jump jets.
Oh yeah.
So, Harriers are cool. Very cool. Anyway, mountain towering. So this 4,826 foot volcano is now a legal person.
Sorry?
It's recognised as it has. New Zealand has become the first country in the world to grant living rights to natural features. So it has granted personhood to this volcano.
Okay. Is it that volcano going to pay taxes?
I hope they pay land tax. My assumption is that if you go up there and jerk off, you've just committed sexual assault.
Let me just write that down for
your bucket list. Jerk off on Mount Taranaki. Completely disrespect the Maori people and their culture. I do that every day. No, the Maori culture is cool. They have the haka. They have
so do other cultures.
I know. I know. But the Maori culture is cool. They have a proper language. They were 1 to 2 people. They have a king. Whereas the Aboriginal people, there's like 700 languages. There's no kings except the white people.
They was kings.
Aboriginal kings.
Kangs.
Maybe it's this.
Joke.
Maybe it's this guy. Controversial Aboriginal sacred status sought for iconic Mount Panorama site. So if any of you are fans of the Bathurst 1000 or the Bathurst 12-hour car races or V8s in general, you would have heard of Mount Panorama. It's out in Bathurst in New South Wales' Central West, and the Waduri traditional owners of Central West Aboriginal Corporation wants to register the peak as a heritage site after it scattered the ashes of a former member, Uncle Brian Grant, there in 2022. See, this is all you need to do. You just need to scatter some ashes. I've got my mum's ashes out in the lounge room. I wonder if I can go and claim some stuff. Under the Aboriginal heritage,
old-fashioned land grab.
So this is Uncle Jade Finn of the Warradurri traditional owners of Central Western Aboriginal Corporation.
Look at his nose. You know his abo.
Does the ashes have to be from your family, or can it be from anyone
You
else?
just steal some random Aboriginal and just.
Nairi, look at this. Nairi Reynolds pictured says she heard the voices of her Wiradjuri ancestors. She claims to be a descendant of a Wiradjuri woman born in the 1820s. What a goddamn crock of shit!
You're white as fuck.
We are rapidly approaching seriously. It would be even worse if we did casinos the way the Americans do with your natives.
Oh yeah,
like this is absolutely ridiculous. Like I'm blacker than that woman. She had voices in her head. It's like schizophrenia. Yes, absolutely insane. White liberal women are literally the biggest threat to democracy. Not orange man bad.
I mean, you can't argue with that.
Trump simply hearing Trump over and over again.
Yes, awfuls, my friend, awfuls. Affluent white female liberals. Anyway. Angry residents in Melbourne's inner west. That's URC, isn't it?
I know, I'm not in the inner west.
But you are an angry resident.
I mean, yeah. It's half right.
Is the inner west rich, like a rich area, or is it like the scabby area?
Well, that's where all the industrials used to be. So,
okay, so scabby area,
scabby-ish.
Because the government is refusing to install filtration vents on the new West Gate Tunnel smokestacks, and locals say their health is paying the price. That's too bad. Price of progress. Philip says, find someone with enough Indian blood to make Pocahontas seem like the chick on Land of the Lakes, Buttercover to get the rights to bypass local gambling laws to rip people off. Yes. Mm-hmm. Stabby says, hey Thermo, since you're such a computer nerd, why don't we put together a parts list sometime? My computer thought it was part of the ATF and let off a flash and bang. Sure thing, man. Yeah. Sure thing, man. Just asking the Discord. There's Nerd Camp. So, anyway. The governments in Australia are making propaganda to celebrate destroying women's rights, stage of insanity. What the fuck is this?
That's amazing.
Dude, I want to see this guy pummel one of them like 10 minutes later. Just like, my leg.
Wait, was that football or soccer?
AFL, I reckon.
AFL.
Okay.
AFL. That's
it's Victoria. There's only one ball-related game in Victoria. That's the only one they recognise.
He's just beating the snot out of some chicks. I fucking told you to pass me the fucking ball.
No, she goes up for the catch. He goes up for the catch, and she just fucking cops his balls in the face. Anyway, Bank of Australia is no longer letting you get a loan for a electric car, for a gas-powered car. From February 20th, 2025, Bank Australia will only fund loans for fully electric vehicles. Loans for new combustion engine vehicles, including low emission and hybrid vehicles, will no longer be eligible. Demo vehicles with less than 1,000 kilometres are considered new vehicles. Additionally, purchasing new internal combustion engines will be classified as an unacceptable loan purpose. This includes limits or cash outs against the residential securities.
I mean, unsecured loans, if you say you're purchasing it for a combustible engine, they're going to deny your loan.
Cash outs against residential securities, isn't that just redrawing your loan?
Yeah.
That sounds like a redraw.
Yeah.
On a house mortgage.
Yeah, so tapping in your equity. So using your equity in your home to buy an internal combustion engine vehicle will be classified as an unacceptable loan purpose.
So if you want to add another $80,000 to your mortgage, and it's not for an EV, they're like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, well, if you want to buy a car but it's not an EV, then yeah, they're gonna say no. Yeah.
Well.
So, but imagine their ESG score.
Yeah.
I got one of the guys at work to send me our ESG list for invest, because obviously we're an investment bank, investment fund, whatever. And I was going through the list, and I'm like, what the fuck? We would have made so much money if we'd invested in all these companies. So weapons are straight off the list. If you're a company that makes weapons for anybody, you're off. We can't invest in you because of ESG. What was the other thing? Adult entertainment. So Live Nation, the company, like Caesars gambling. Live Nation, the company that merged with Ticketek or Ticketmaster, the company that America hates. Apparently they own some strip clubs, which makes them adult entertainment. So no investing. Like, it's just ridiculous. I've said so many times at work, this is ridiculous. Our job is to make money for our clients. Like, our job is to make money for our investors, and you cannot invest in things that make money. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Nobody wants this. Nobody is asking for this.
So what's the response?
Shut up, Thermo, and get back to work. Like, I don't work in the investment team, so nobody gives a shit what I have to say. Also, I'm not a multi-millionaire, so it doesn't matter what I say. Anyway, Australian vs. the Agenda says Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on Tropical Cyclone Alfred. It's a very real threat, but he will stand with Queenslanders.
Alfred off the coast is a very real threat.
You got to watch out for Alf just outside.
We hope, of course.
That's what I forgot to say. Tropical Cyclone Alfred was moving at 6 kilometres an hour.
Got down.
That's like 3 miles an hour.
Got down to 3 kilometres an hour.
Like, you could walk faster than this fucking cyclone.
Yeah.
You could outwalk it.
Yeah. Is it just me, or does Albo sound like one of those nerdy kids that you really just want to give a wedgie to?
He's very nasally.
Yeah. For the best outcome possible, but
he's got a bit of a lisp too. Speaks like this
at this difficult time.
And he sounds like the kind of guy who would actually do in real life.
Well, actually,
at a party.
Actually, Baldo, it's not actually like that.
There we have.
Anyway, Prime Minister says he's going to do Prime Minister things. NBN Co is set to choose Amazon over Musk's Starlink for satellite service. Because Musk bad.
So what?
Musk bad. I can't read the reasons.
Oh, you can't put it through.
So it was a competitive process. So they both put in bids.
Doubt it.
And Amazon won.
Okay.
So.
All right, I'll just go to the private market.
Amazon
and get Starlink.
Yeah, you can always just go and get Starlink yourself.
Are they doing the same height as Starlink?
Yeah, they're both low Earth orbit. They're basically the same. Yeah, so anybody who wants good internet will buy Starlink Direct. Yeah. Until everybody is on Starlink, and then it'll run like trash. Because like it or not, it's still fucking satellite.
There's only so many satellites they can put in the
even
area.
it's not about the satellite, it's about the downlink stations, the ground stations. So traffic inside the Starlink network, so from one Starlink terminal to another, that shouldn't require a ground station. Because the actual satellites themselves can communicate with each other via, I think it's via laser. So they can actually communicate via like infrared laser or something like that. It's not visible light. so they can actually hand off conversations between, and that's what it's for. But I'm pretty sure there's an incredibly high bandwidth between individual satellites. So, in theory, you should never have to talk to a ground station if you're talking from one terminal to another. Okay, so Tomorrow V says there's a maximum number of customers per hexagonal region for Starlink. That makes sense. I know you're constantly handing off between the visible satellites. So there's this constant handoff. So each satellite has to know before it goes over the horizon, like has to communicate. Oh, hey, I was talking to this person down here. Hey, I was talking to this person down here. Apparently, the ABC wants baby boomers to give up all their money.
Retarded take.
Yeah.
And not give it to their children.
And not give it to their children. Yeah, just burn it in a pile. Anyway, so that's Aussie news. Mercifully over for another week.
Oh, it's still raining, by the way.
It's still raining. It's just gone overcast here. It's 28 degrees outside though. Still hot as fuck. BlackRock strikes $23 billion deal to place Panama Canal ports under American control. So yes, we were all worried about China owning the Panama Canal, and now BlackRock owns it. So nothing to be concerned about there. Anyway, let's talk about Ukraine for a bit. Washington has banned Britain from sharing any U.S. military intelligence to Ukraine.
Yeah, makes sense.
4 senior members of Trump's entourage have secretly met with Ukrainian opposition leaders on potentially holding early elections to unseat Zelensky. I don't ever want to hear Victoria Nuland's name come out of fucking MAGA's mouth ever again. Because if America is talking to opposition leaders to try and get rid of a president somewhere, what do we call that? We call that a coup.
A coup.
Call that trying to instigate a coup. Which I'm constantly told America already did in 2014. They didn't, but I'm constantly told they did. It probably won't work because after all the kerfuffle, Zelensky's polls now have him at 43%. And the second guy is even more of a hardline nationalist. So if they held elections tomorrow, Zelensky would more than likely win again, and even if he didn't run, the person who would win is a nationalist. So you're not going to be in any, Russia's not going to be in a better position.
At this point, just let Russia just take it over.
At this point, no. At this point, just let, yeah. Well, that's what I said on Discord. Just fuck it. Just give it up. Just fuck it. Give it up. They'll be back next year anyway to take the rest.
More of the Ukrainians are more of a headache as allies.
Well, it's not. It's not. No, you know what? You know what? Fundamentally, it's not. It's not a headache per se. It's because it's become a partisan football. It shouldn't be it should be bipartisan to say, hey, the US made as an American, which I'm not, but it should be bipartisan for Americans to say, well, back in the 90s, we made an agreement with Ukraine that if shit kicked off, we'd have their back. We'd give you some security guarantees. Now, we didn't say what that would be, but at the very least, we can give you some ammunition and some intelligence. And one of the parties to that agreement is the UK. Was a party to that agreement, and they're fulfilling their end of the obligation. They are providing what they can to Ukraine. The other party to the obligation, to the agreement, is Russia, who I guess is providing Ukraine ammunition, but it's already been fired and it's coming at them at
one bullet
Mark
at a time.
3. So yeah, they're giving them ammunition one bullet at a time.
Where are they at with the deal that Trump made with?
There is no deal.
So there
is no deal.
End the deal.
There's no deal at the moment. So Zelensky has said he will sign the minerals agreement, but the minerals agreement is meaningless. Yes, it's great for America, but it doesn't it doesn't get Ukraine anything. There's no security guarantees.
But no. See, that's the thing though. once American firms are on the ground, Russia's not going to come in and kill them.
It may shock you to learn that there were American firms on the ground in 2021.
There were?
Sorry, 2022. Yeah, there's American firms. There's American firms in every fucking country. And you know what they did? They packed up and fucking left. This idea that American companies being present means that America has skin in the game. No, it doesn't. It means that company has skin in the game. And realistically, if you're an American company, with this agreement, why the fuck would I ever build anything in Ukraine? Because say I'm an American company and I'm going to build a mine or a processing facility in Ukraine. That's a fucking huge capital expense that I'm hoping to recoup down the line. Now,
And
if
you
in
know
5
Ukraine's
years,
corrupt as fuck.
and it does, corrupt or not, it could be the fucking shiniest, cleanest country in the world. It could be number one on the fucking anti-corruption index. Like, it could be the most uncorrupt country in the world. But Russia is right next door and has invaded like 4 times. And there's there's a peace deal, but every previous peace deal has been broken. In fact, Russia even agreed to fucking protect Ukraine. So, if there's no deal like that, how the fuck do you why would I ever invest, why as Thermo Inc. would I ever invest to build something there?
And I suppose you've only got
The risk of losing it, the whole thing, is too high. Think about all the companies that operated out of Russia, and then the war started, and
they all got nationalized.
They all got fucked. They all got nationalized. So this idea that Trump has, like, yeah, okay, look, I originally thought the idea was a good idea, but I thought, it's going to come with security guarantees. It's going to be, okay, we will give you... I thought that the mineral deal was meant to be, we give you whatever equipment you need. And as part of this, and as part of that, instead of this spigot where we get nothing back except good feelings, we get your mineral. We get minerals. We get half your minerals, half the profit from your minerals. And in return, we give you whatever you need. We backstop you. We give you the intelligence to keep fighting. And if you need attackums, then we'll fucking get you attackums. If you need fucking gimlers, we'll get you gimlers. Like this kind of thing. And that would have been reasonable.
Okay.
Like, arguably, you would have done that to begin with. But it's not that. It has no guarantees. It's literally worded in a way to make it sound as, hey, you're giving us this money for the $350 billion we've already given you.
Oh.
Yes. This is the fundamental problem. And when it's worded that way, it sounds like a fucking shakedown. And Zelensky didn't, like, all Zelensky wanted when he was in the White House was some security guarantees, some fucking thing that says, okay, Ukraine has agreed to this. We're all going to go to the peace table. When the peace is declared, who's going to enforce the peace? Now, it doesn't necessarily mean boots on the ground. It can be, you'll need, like, we will protect you. It could just be another meaningless piece of paper like the Budapest Memorandum.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then he's like, all he wants is fucking some guarantees. Not even a guarantee, a promise. A promise in writing that he can take to his people and go, see, America says they'll protect us. They mean it this time. President Trump said. But he doesn't want to do that. He just wants peace. I just want peace. I just want peace. Thankfully, for the first time this week, he actually came out and said, because, funnily enough, the US turned off all intelligence aid, and the Russians went sweet and launched a fucking huge salvo, and managed to kill 14 people and blow up a few buildings. So. The Ukrainian people Ukraine didn't ask for this. So they went through 2 fucking agreements to try and avoid this. They signed them. So, and this whole idea, oh well, they wanted to be a member of NATO. Shit, I wonder why. So, anyway. But yes, President Putin issues warning to French President Macron following his threatening speech. There are still people who want to go back to the times of Napoleon, forgetting how it ended. I think I pointed out in the Discord that it ended that way because they froze, and we have jackets and heaters now. So Russia can't count on their bad weather to stop the military anymore.
We can now bypass the bad weather.
We have planes now. So they gave away the nukes. They never should have done it. And this is the thing too. This part of the Budapest Memorandum was getting rid of their nukes because America and the Soviets and the UK all wanted those nukes gone. The Ukrainians wanted those nukes gone. It was incredibly expensive to keep them operating, and the fear was that Ukraine having all these nukes and having to spend all this money to keep them operating, they would either fall into disrepair and there would be an accident, or an accident on the Russian border. Great, a nuclear accident on the Russian border. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Or they would end up falling into the hands of third parties, which is a fucking disaster, like Iran or North Korea. And guess what? North Korea had already happened. Like the fucking Pakistanis, America's allies, the Pakistanis, gave North Korea the bomb. They gave North Korea the expertise. So they almost gave fucking Syria the fucking expertise, but the Israelis blew it to fucking kingdom come.
Thankfully.
So,
wait,
but yes, Macron's threat. Those who may not be aware, Macron's horrible threat was saying, "Oh well, if America doesn't want to backstop the security of Europe with its nuclear shield, fair enough. Okay, America wants to disengage. It's fine. Then France will do that. We will get together with Europe, and we will place French ballistic missiles in, like nuclear ballistic missiles in European countries, same as America does now. But the French will do it. So that's the warning to the threat. So the threat is that you'll defend yourselves. Yes, what a horrible threat.
The threat is you're going to actually spend more money on your military.
Yeah, well, the threat
Trump's been asking for ages.
So, country A says to Russia, please don't invade. Russia says, I'm not going to agree to that. So country A goes to country B and says, hey, can you protect me? Russia says, why are you threatening me? Like, is it any wonder that NATO doesn't go hunting for fucking members? Like, there's a reason that almost every nation bordering Russia is like, please let me in.
Well, because to be the first one to get invaded in
Exactly.
the European war.
So, and like I fucking said, I've said many times, and people on fucking Twitter have discounted me 100%. All this will lead to is more nuclear proliferation. And sure enough, Poland is talking about getting nukes. Germany is talking about getting nukes. That should fucking tighten your sphincter. A German bomb? Haven't they fucking started enough world wars? They want to go 3 for 3.
Yes.
Yeah. Hell, I would advocate for Australia getting the bomb.
Well,
I would advocate for Australia getting the bomb, and instead of having attack submarines, we have like 3 or 4 ICBMs that just float around the Indian and Pacific Oceans, maintaining that second strike capability. So we won't nuke you, but if you fuck with us, we will fucking nuke you back. So
we won't, but we could.
We would, yeah. We hopefully won't have to. So NATO doesn't go hunting for members like Turkey. I'm pretty sure Turkey's a founding member. Turkey's been a member since 1952.
Yeah. And also, technically, Turkey's borders Russia.
Like, in 1948, Turkey began indicating its desire for NATO membership. Fucking hell. Turkey sought NATO membership to secure guarantees against potential invasion by the Soviet Union, which made several overtures towards control of the Straits of the Dardanelles. In March 1945, the Soviets terminated the Treaty of Friendship and Non-Aggression to which the Soviet Union and Turkey had agreed in 1925. In June, the Soviets demanded the establishment of Soviet bases on the Straits in exchange for a reinstatement of this treaty. Turkish President İsmet İnönü and the Speaker of Parliament responded decisively, avowing Turkey ready to defend itself. At which point they went, Russia's threatening us. What should we do? I know, let's join NATO. So
45. I don't think NATO was created by then. Because that was still World War II.
NATO was founded in 1949.
Yeah.
So they were talking about it. So Turkey joined almost immediately. So
yeah, not all the other countries that joined recently, well, technically were part of the Soviet Union.
So yeah. Oh, this should have been at the start. U.S. pauses all military aid to Ukraine effective immediately. This includes aid that has already been approved by Congress, and even aid that had already been is already waiting to be delivered in Poland. Yes, technically Russia was an ally in 1945. Yes, I saw someone on Twitter, I think last night, who was saying, "Well, Russia did help us win World War II," and I replied, "Who supplied them the weapons?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Because without the Lend-Lease Act, Russia would not have been able to fight the fucking Germans. So, and the Lend-Lease Act was the Americans footing the fucking bill. There's a reason America was called the arsenal of democracy. Because they make the equipment and foot the bill. And the payback was world peace. And if everybody had fucking listened to
Even one of the Soviet tanks, one of the light tanks, was a US designed tank that got slipped into Soviet Russia.
And also, yes, they were an ally in 1945, but they were also an ally with Germany in 1939.
Mm-hmm.
And they would have stayed an ally of Germany had Operation Barbarossa not taken place. If Hitler hadn't decided to invade Russia, to try and take them.
Poland was enough, and he focused
and
just
decided
on
to pivot back and go. Let's take care of the UK first, and let's take care of Western Europe first. Russia wouldn't have stood up and stood in the way. Russia would have let it happen, and then Hitler would have steamrolled over Russia. So the only reason the Germans attacked Russia first is because they wanted the oil. They wanted to secure the oil deposit, the oil resources in what is it? Fucking, I think no, not Ukraine. It wasn't Ukraine. It was like
no, it's that strip. Oh, crack.
The Caucasus.
Caucasus, yeah.
Yes, the Caucasus were the main supply of oil for the Soviets. So, yes, thank you. Yeah, you were spot on, preacher. So, there's a reason when the Nazis invaded Ukraine that the Ukrainians went, okay, we're going to join with this. We're going to join with these Nazis. I mean, they're invading us, but fuck the Russians. So, Stalin was a fucking blight, man.
Oh, and also the
can't imagine why the Ukrainians are bitter.
Holodomor.
Yeah, the Holodomor. Yeah. No, that didn't happen. See, that's fake news. Because I read an article in the New York Times that said it wasn't happening.
Oh, so the
this is where we get this is where we get the term Potemkin villages from. and people trust Russia. I know I'm old and I lived through the fucking Cold War, but we can't. Maybe we could trust Russia in that brief period between the fall of the Soviet Union, like between Gorbachev and Yeltsin. We could trust Russia, but Putin has shown himself to be not trustworthy in any way. He has shown himself to have a persistent desire to reform the Soviet Union, to be Peter the Great reborn, to reforge the Russian Empire. And he's not going away anytime soon. He appears to be in good health. So.
Yep.
Yeah, the Ukrainians had gone through that. Yeah, that's right. That's why they had a bit of an issue with the Russians.
Yeah.
Ukraine needs to come to the table. Yes, I agree. Ukraine needs to sit at a table with Putin. But at this point, so Trump's team went to Saudi Arabia to talk to the Russians. Where are the peace talks with the Ukrainians? The Russians didn't agree. So Trump thought, I'll apply maximum pressure to Ukraine, and maybe they'll just fold, and this can just be done, and we won't even need a peace conference. They'll just surrender. But they're not going to. Like Greater Israel. Goddamn Greater Israel. The Israelis have enough trouble with the land they have now. You think they want more?
I mean,
you think they don't want the Arabs they have now. They don't want the Arabs in the West Bank or Gaza. You think they want the Arabs in Jordan and fucking Egypt and Lebanon? I think Greater Israel goes all the way down to fucking Yemen. You think Israel wants them too? Jesus Christ. Ukraine has been called second Israel. But Mum, we've already had first Israel. I don't think it's second Israel. Like it's. I understand Americans not wanting to pony up and send Ukraine money, and some of the stuff that the Democratic Congress has passed for Ukraine is just absolutely redonkulous. Like paying for Ukrainian public services pensions. That's stupid. Like that is inviting a backlash.
That makes absolutely no sense.
It makes no sense. That kind of stuff, those kind of things, the Europeans should have handled. That kind of direct financial support and making sure that their bureaucratic systems keep running, the fucking Europeans should have done. And the Americans should have done what America does best. Restock their own weapons and give the old ones to someone else. Because make no mistake, that is exactly what America is doing. I heard people complaining that America turned off the satellite stuff so that Ukrainian HIMARS is useless, and that's just not true. So it would be true if they had any ATACMS left, but they don't. They've used all the ATACMS missiles they were given, and America can't send them anymore because America doesn't make ATACMS missiles anymore. America has a production line for the next generation missile. Ukraine already fired everything that America had in the ATACMS missiles. So Biden was like going, oh no, we can't send you any ATACMS, we can't send you any ATACMS, we can't send you any ATACMS. And it's not like that they needed to buy them, like, oh, because we can't make them anymore. No, it's because they're making the new ones. These were just going to sit in a warehouse. But he sat on his fucking hands. If the Americans had instead of offering Zelensky a fucking ride, showed up on day 2 with the equipment that was needed when it was needed, then we probably wouldn't be in this position. The Russians probably would have come to the table real quick. But the mealy-mouthed bullshit that Biden had done and his absolute fucking pathetic weakness has just caused this to drag out any longer. And Trump's not making it better. Trump's talking tough towards the country being invaded. Like, what do you want them to do? If you want them to surrender, just tell them to surrender. Like, if that's what you want, if that's what you actually want, go on national TV and say, we're not going to fund anything more for Ukraine. We're not going to get involved in the peace process. There's no point. Ukraine has lost. They should surrender to the Russians. So, If that's what you want the war over tomorrow, it'll get a hell of a lot closer doing that. But fucking attacking Ukraine and then putting the Europeans in a position where they have to fucking rethink NATO is not the way you want to do it. And this idea that if America leaves NATO, suddenly they'll be able to spend less on defense. Are you fucking high? You'll end up spending more because there'll be no one to buy your equipment. There's a reason all of the American defense companies took an absolute shit in the market, and all the European ones are up 80-100%. Because Europe's like, okay, we've been buying all these American weapons because this is the thing. Oh, okay, we want Europe to spend more of their GDP on weapons, like on the NATO spending. But the thing is, that money almost exclusively went to the US. Thermo TDS agree. Fuck you guys, man. It's not deranged, man. Like, I have never had TDS. I've said many times, I agree with Trump on many things. I agree with Trump's approach on many things. But on this particular thing, I disagree. Damn, you guys just trying to trigger me, man. Fuck you guys. Like this particular thing, I agree, and it's probably because I grew up during the Cold War, and probably because I see the Russians as the old adversary. Like Fallen, man, you're as old as me. You gotta fucking understand that feeling, man. You were in the fucking Navy. You probably ran drills, expecting the Russians to attack. I don't give a fuck about protecting Europeans. They can handle their own shit, but they protect Europeans. Like Europeans protect themselves by buying American weapons. Remember when I said it was like America's the arsenal of democracy? Yeah. People have an Amex.
Yeah, but that just weakens Europe. I think Trump's way, it's going to be messy, but in the end, it will strengthen Europe to be more independent militarily.
Yeah, look, Kenny, I agree. I tend to agree. Poland knows the score. Poland has been invaded so many fucking times by the Russians, by the Germans. They are done fucking around. They have one of the largest land. They have they have the second largest land force in Europe. Second only to, drumroll please, Turkey. Mm-hmm. Like Turkey's a beast, man. When it comes to military power, Turkey's got some serious fucking heft. So, and I think you will find, it's probably not a good idea, but I think you'll find in the next 5 years, Turkey will become a member of the EU. Just to bring them even closer to the European alliance.
Okay.
Which will have some interesting ramifications for EU countries given freedom of movement. Ottoman Empire 2.0.
Yeah, kind of.
Ottoman 2, Turkish Boogaloo. Turkey currently occupies part of Syria. Yeah, they occupy part of Cyprus. They've occupied a part of Cyprus since, I think, the 70s.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Turkish Cyprus?
Yeah, there's been a split in Cyprus for
Northern Cyprus.
ages.
For those of you who may not be familiar, there's a little island called Cyprus in the Mediterranean. It used to be one whole country. Now it's two. Northern Cyprus is the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. It's a de facto state recognized only by Turkey. Mm-hmm. So, when was it? 70. Drumroll. Turkey invaded in 1974. So yes, year before I was born. Mm-hmm. So my entire life, Northern Cyprus was an illegal place that they went. So anyway, so yeah, I think they should get out. But anyway, that's just me. Anyway, General Mazloum Abdi, commander of the Kurdish-led SDF forces in Syria, has expressed openness to Israeli support. This development comes amid Israel's recent calls for international action to protect Syria's Kurds. There's another group of people that that have a great understanding of the quote I gave before about being America's ally being fatal. So, because the Kurds have been fucked more times than I can count. Sorry, the Kurds have been fucked more times than John Tester can count on both hands. If you don't get that joke, John Tester has 2 fingers on one hand.
پیوندیک هەیە لە بین ئیسرائیل و ڕۆژاوا و وەزیری دەرەوەی ئیسرائیل چەندان جار گوتوویەتی ئەبێت یارمەتی کورد بدرێ ناوی کورد تەنها بمێنێ دا چه ڕادێک ارتباط بووە لەگەڵ ئیسرائیلەوە قسەتان کردووە
نازوو سەبێژم ئەس بەرسێکی گشتی بدەم یعنی کی پشتگیری ما بکە ئەمە کە خۆش بوو دیجی
ئەگەر ئیسرائیلیش بێت
کی بێت بێت دنیادا کی پشتگیری ما بکە یعنی ژبوونە ئەم مافی خۆ بستێنێ ژبوونە ئەم بگەن دەستکەوتی خۆ بپارێزنێ ئەگەر ریشێک سەر مەتێنێکردن بشەرین دژیمە کوشتنی گەلێمە مەدەنیە کوشتنی هێزەمە ئەیتۆ کی بسەکین هەر وەتەن ئەم نابێژن ماش کەسیرەوە ئەم بوومە جێیەکی خۆشیە ئیسرائیل جوابە کە هێزێکی باندۆری خۆ سەر ئەمریکا هەیە لەسەر هێزی غەربی فڵانێ
ڕۆپۆرت
So yes, things are going great in Syria. I think there was a massacre of like 70 Christians, Alawite Christians. So granted, I think the Alawites were connected with the, what's it called? Oh, okay. Progeny says, I'm 40 minutes behind. But I wanted to mention that the new gen nuclear subs can run with their cooling pumps off. They can run passively cool mode for certain modes of operations. Oh, that's dope. I didn't know that. Sorry, I'm from a time when you couldn't. But yeah, there was another. I think they're the Alawite Christians, and unfortunately, the Alawites were associated with Assad. So it's why they're being targeted. I'm not sure if they're being targeted because they're Christians, or because they're Alawites, or both. So
probably both.
Yeah.
Knowing
¿Por qué los dos? ¿Por qué los dos?
Yeah.
But you will hear no cries of genocide from the regular people. Oh, Jesus Christ. Tambola says Treaty of Versailles stuffed the Middle East and East Asia too. Yeah.
Yep. You knew one treaty just fucked up the entire world.
Look, I think the okay, that's a giant fucking spider. Oh no, that's not a giant spider. That's another animal. That's another insect eating that giant spider. Okay, that's great. I love Australia. Fucking Christ! I just see this spider drop down from my window, like through the window.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, it's big fuck off big spider. No, it's something carrying, like it's another insect carrying the fuck off big spider. Carrying it to fucking dinner. Anyway, no, one of the problems, like the Americans' approach to Iraq was not a very good one. In that they maintained Iraq as a single country when what they should have done was split it up.
First or second time?
Well, the first time they didn't actually take over Iraq. The second time they took over Iraq.
That's true.
But what they should have done was in the north establish Kurdistan. They didn't do it because Turkey objected. Turkey shouldn't have objected. Turkey should have said, okay, as long as all the Kurds in Turkey fuck off to Kurdistan.
Expel them to that, like India did with the split.
Yeah, it should have been a negotiated deal where the Kurds get northern Iraq,
but you have to leave Turkey.
But Turkey gets like its people fucked off. Mm-hmm. So, and then when Syria falls in 20 years later, the Kurds can consolidate northern Syria into Kurdistan as well.
Greater Kurdistan.
Yeah, Greater Kurdistan, yes. No, it's not. No, because you can renegotiate these borders. Trump's going to renegotiate the borders with Canada. So, anyway, enough of that depressing shit and Thermo's tediousness. OnlyFans creator who allegedly slept with 100 men in a single day is now meeting fans at nursing homes to give them a good time. What a great place. So from TDS to STD, I guess. What a great place to catch an STD. The 23-year-old said she met her oldest fan, an 82-year-old named Steve. OnlyFans creators going into nursing homes is a growing trend. I feel like this growing trend is a bunch of bullshit.
I found my oldest fan via Facebook, and when I asked for his address, he actually sent me the address of a care home. So I'm actually here with...
So those of you who are Coomers may recognise this guy here. This is not a care home. This guy's a porn star. I'm almost positive. I can't remember his name, but there's a few websites that do like old guy, young woman stuff. And I'm pretty sure he's on there. Like he's been a porn star for a really long time. That's where they retire to, those websites.
him and his friends, and I'm going to show them.
It's an Abbotsford news story, yeah.
Yeah.
Today I'm at the care home visiting my oldest fan.
Like, I'm pretty sure I know that guy's face. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Your Kuma senses are tingling.
No, I've got a memory for that kind of stupid shit. Like, for recognizing people like that. I don't recognize people in public, but like, if I see a face once, I'll almost always be able to go, I know that fucking person from somewhere. And I think that's what it is. I think that's what that guy, like that guy's, a Kumdar is off the charts, yes. My Kumdar is actually only. I thought I had another OnlyFans story, but I just searched for only and it doesn't appear. So, all right, from one whore to another. Twitch Play's favourites, Hassan. Oh, damn it! I should have done it backwards. Hassan has been banned. Will this be temporary? Hassan called for political violence against Rick Scott. And there it is. Twitch partner Hassan Abi has been banned.
Well, we knew.
I wonder how long this ban will lasted. Less than a day. It's like 1 day and 2 hours before he was back on his 3-day ban. So, yeah. But he said if you cared about quote YouTube quote, if you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. So, that was what Hassan Abi said on Twitch. So,
and now Thermo has said.
And now Thermo has said it. Though Thermo does not agree with it, because Thermo thinks that Hassan Abi should end up like this guy. Completely separate story. The US is killing someone by firing squad for the first time in 15 years. Here's a look at the history. The guy actually asked to be executed by firing squad. So,
like the
what kind
way
of
to do it?
Stiff is this? Prisoners strapped a metal chair that sits on top of a catch basin. So 5 meters away, they stand behind a door and fire through a wall opening. Just have a machine. Just have a machine they press a button on that pulls the trigger. Why are you making a fucking person pull the trigger? Or you have a machine that looks at the decay of a cesium atom, and when it decays, that way you've got Schrodinger's firing squad. He can be both dead and alive at the same time.
It's the wackiest way to do a firing squad.
Update: Air Force says KF-16 fighter jet accidentally drops 8 bombs in residential area. 2 South Korean fighter jets accidentally dropped 8 bombs on a village during a training exercise, injuring 15 people, 2 seriously, and damaging homes and a church. South Korean pilots blamed pilots' coordinator error. South Korea Air Force blames pilots' coordinate error and has halted live fire drills. Does this have the bomb? Oh, shit!
Oh! Holy crap.
You're in a Korean TV series, just, enjoying your day. And then... Boom! Holy shit.
Fuck.
That's a
Where
bad
the fuck
day.
did that vehicle go?
I'm guessing that's one of the poor bastards that was injured seriously.
Too seriously, yeah. That's the
Damn.
ones that seriously English. Oh,
holy shit!
Glad it
No.
wasn't like. Glad that bomb didn't drop 30 seconds early because there was someone running that just ran out of frame.
Oh yeah.
So that would have been a death.
Yep. Federal watchdog removed by Trump drops his case, citing long odds at winning of Supreme Court. This is the special counsel. Presumably, this is the guy who replaced what's his face, Jack Smith.
Yes.
Jack Smith sounds like nothing. You know, like Jack Squat. So there was another Starship test today, this week. As you can see, it ended much like the last one.
Hey guys, get back to the cockpit.
Elon Musk has the best fireworks.
Yeah.
So
very expensive,
it's-
but still.
Its unexpected immediate disassembly caused some a whole bunch of planes to have to reroute. So,
yeah.
Damn. It lost. It got. I think it got to like high orbit, or not completely out, but and then it lost like it had. By that time, it lost 2 engines.
Yep.
And from the video I saw, it looked like they tried to do the attitude right, like the deorbit burn. So it's where the shuttle or the rocket, for want of a better term, like turns like 180 degrees and then walks away. No, it turns 180 degrees and then fires to reduce its speed so that it re-enters the atmosphere in a more controlled manner. But it must have when it fired the reaction control system to flip over, it just lost control and spun out and just tore itself apart. So. New York NYPD detective is under fire after showing up in a rap video with a G-string. 7-year NYPD veteran Melissa Mercado is under fire for allegedly partaking in rapper Esquire's Doing That music video. Mercado is currently assigned to the Bronx Special Victims Unit and has been employed by the NYPD since 2018. I have no words, said one detective. If she's performing for money, even if she has a side gig, the job would want to know about that. Source told the New York Post. The member will be obligated to file an off-duty employment application. I would say nothing she does in the video is department's business. Let's see how good her performance is. I'm going to mute the audio because obviously it's a rap video. Mm-hmm. Oh god damn it! You can't show the censored one. That's retarded. Because we have to censor her butt crack. Can't have butt crack.
The gasp. Oh yeah, definitely mute that. That's World Star.
World Star! So yes, thin blue line, I guess, or in this case, thin brown line. Fucking hell. I think it's funny that's an SVU detective. Does anybody else find that hilarious?
I like the irony of that.
That she's undercover. Active duty
Yes,
and former
undercover.
U.S. Army soldiers arrested for theft of government property and a bribery scheme. So yeah. While bribery and corruption have thrived under China's Communist Party, this behaviour cannot be tolerated with our service members who are entrusted with sensitive military information, including national defence information. I think someone pointed out there is a new version of this post. Oh, okay. The FBI edited it. I think someone had the names of all the people who are arrested. Maybe it's in the quotes. Few quotes. Because they were all like Chinese names. And it's like, come on. They were all very, very, very Chinese names. So
Like something Wong.
yeah, something Wong. That was one of them, yeah, something Wong. The US military has removed... I don't like this guy, this Nolo Boratano Cohen, but I think
Because he
Costi
lies.
posted it, which means Costi follows him. So I don't know what this says about you, man. But yeah, I don't like him because he's lying. Because he says he doesn't lie, but he lies. Also, he has nothing to do with Bitcoin. The U.S. military has removed photos of the B-29 bomber, the Enola Gay, which dropped the first atomic bomb in Japan because it contains the word gay, which violates the new anti-DEI rules. So apparently they're using an AI to remove this stuff. This stems from the reports of a database on it. So, sorry, they weren't deleted. They were marked for removal, which is different.
And yeah, someone
So
looked
if someone hadn't noticed that the Enola Gay is not actually gay...
So a computer said, "Hey, look at this."
A computer said, "Hey, this is gay,"
and a human went.
And a human went, "No, wait, hang on. Now we have to do everything by hand."
No, that's the old version of gay.
Yeah, that's the old version gay. New York Times reports that Act Blue is in turmoil. Mysteriously, 7 top executives have all left in the past 3 weeks, several of whom have been there for more than a decade. None of them will explain why on the record why they left. The last remaining lawyer at Act Blue's general counsel office has been locked out of his email and put on leave after sending internal messages that we, quote, have whistleblower policies for a reason. 2 unions representing Act Blue employees are openly questioning the group's stability and calling the situation alarming. They're demanding the hiring of an independent investigator. More than $16 billion has passed through Act Blue in the past 20 years. What could it possibly be hiding?
I think I know. I think I might know why they've all quit. Because
all the USAID funding. That's yes, money printed no longer Gerber. Yeah, that's exactly why. This is a post from Reddit Safety. 16 billion with a B.
Yep, billion.
So they pass through. So Act Blue is a donations platform, but it's almost exclusively for Democrats.
That's $800 million a year.
Yeah,
$800 million.
And they take a cut. I think it's something like 3%. So do the math.
Yeah.
Or ask your local
numbers.
AI to do the math. Anyway, Reddit Safety has this post. Warning users that upvote violent content. Today we are rolling out a new sort of enforcement action across the site. Historically, the only person actioned for posting violating content was the user who posted the content. Reddit's ecosystem relies on engaged users to downvote bad content and report potentially violative content. This not only minimises the disruption of the bad content, but also ensures that the bad content is more likely to be removed. On the other hand, upvoting bad or violating content interferes with this system. So starting today, users who within a certain time frame upvote several pieces of content banned for violating our policies will begin to receive a warning. We've done this in the past for quarantine communities and found that it does help to reduce exposure to bad content. Bad content. Fuck you, you pricks. Especially considering the quarantine communities and what they are. So some of them are shit, but others are like fat people hate and like.
I'm looking at the right hand side and anti-fascist Reddit. Yep. Bad content.
So we're experimenting with this site-wide. This will begin with users who are upvoting violent content. We may consider expanding this in future. In addition, while this currently warn only, we will consider adding additional actions down the road. So they're gonna check your account and you're gonna know. Not that I use fucking Reddit. The only thing I use, like the only time I use Reddit is I use it to check if there's anything new on Star Trek Online, which I don't normally have to do anymore because Fallen just sends it to me now. Thanks, Fallen.
Reddit's just cancer.
Usually I get it after I've already watched a video about it. But thank you anyway.
Well, we all know why Reddit is doing this.
Yeah.
They're policing themselves so they don't get policed by someone else.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. They're because there's a new sheriff in town, literally, and she's not going to fuck around. Yeah. And if suddenly the DOJ opens an investigation into Reddit, their share price.
Oh boy. Because they're public.
They are a publicly listed company now.
Yep.
So they have their share price. Their ticker code is RDDT. They are down 11% today. Well, yesterday, I guess. Let's see all time. So, if you were a day one investor, you would be you'd be stoked. If you invested in January this year, you'll be very upset.
Mm-hmm.
So I just find it funny that it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna win the election. We're gonna win the fuck. Nobody's gonna use this anymore, and we're gonna get banned.
I mean, still got the AI deals.
Yeah, I don't think they're worth as much. I don't think it was worth as much.
Because their content is garbage.
I read. Cossie says I read Reddit on a dunny. I do not read Reddit on my phone. Ever since the thing that made me stop using Reddit, was them getting rid of the apps. Yeah, third-party apps. Once they disappeared, so did I. So I still have my account, but
what they called the API.
Yeah, the API.
I started out when Reddit started out. That was just going to be garbage website, and still is a garbage website, but for different reasons. When I was from the start, because I was more of an advocate of the decentralized forums, and I did not like the idea of a centralized location.
Yeah, they got rid of the apps I used, so because I literally paid for Now for Reddit, so which was a great app. It's perfect. So anyway, Reddit sucks now.
Reddit,
I mean, it always sucks.
Always has.
It was less sucky. Post 2016 ruined, like Trump's election ruined Reddit. It broke them all.
Yeah,
because all the trannies took over. Then the admins were like, oh, we can't have the Donald. God forbid. The Donald because this is how it went. It was, there's this new the Donald. Oh, shit, Trump's been elected. Oh, what can we do about the Donald? Nothing we could do. The Donald keeps ending up on the front page. What can we do? All right, we'll ban them from the front page. We'll make it so they can no longer appear on the front page. The Donald keeps appearing on, all. It's on the top of all the time. Like, what's going on? All right, we'll stop it from being able to do that. People are still able to access it, or we'll quarantine it. People are still able to access. People are still accessing it. It's still the biggest forum on the site. We'll just ban it. They're talking about police. Oh, that means they're threatening police. No. We'll send some people there to threaten police.
Yeah.
Sanders for president. Yeah. So the response on Reddit to Hillary is why I knew anybody running against Hillary was going to win in 2016. And that's how I knew in November. That's how I made a call at work, in writing. I did it on our SharePoint. Yeah. I literally said, my feel is anybody the Republicans pick who goes up against Hillary will win. She's that toxic.
Yeah,
and her response, I said, if it's not Bernie Sanders, it's whoever the Republicans pick. And it's because the young people were really fucked off, and all these too, all the internet people we were really fucked off by this correct the record thing, which was essentially astroturfing. Correct the record was a Hillary Clinton campaign sponsored movement organization that was established to quote unquote correct the record. And anytime anybody said anything bad about Hillary Clinton or good about Bernie Sanders, the correct the record people would come along and be like, no, that's not true. It's actually this. And it's the same shit Kamala pulled.
Yeah.
Kamala pulled the same garbage with do you remember the story during the election about the Discord server that was coordinating Democratic posts on Reddit and was just astroturfing the fuck out of it?
It does ring a bell.
It was a coordinated campaign to astroturf the shit out of Reddit, and it was straight out of the fucking Clinton playbook. It was correct the record all over again. So
you think they would have learned?
No, they don't learn.
They don't learn.
We've established that. They get lucky.
And when you learn what
they get lucky,
Clinton
and they get a pandemic where and all the states get to go, oh, everybody gets to vote now.
Yeah.
And then companies just start offering money for then what's his name? Fuckwit offers, spends $400 million to get out the vote. which involves grassroots efforts to buy people's votes with prepaid Visa cards and shit. So anyway, romance author cancels her own book after activist complains about Elon Musk reference to, quote, ensure my work doesn't do more harm. Romance author Sophie Light placed a reference to Elon Musk in one of her recent books, sparking outrage from a leftist mob. As a result, she caved and pulled her book from publication to do rewrites so the book doesn't contribute to harm.
So it's already out there?
Here's her post. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate this community, your passion, support, and willingness to engage in meaning. Like, her target demographic is obviously the kind of snowflakes that would actually...
Awfuls. That's her
yeah,
target
awful.
demographic.
Yeah, absolutely awfuls. Oh, God damn it. Here's the other OnlyFans story. Goddamn OnlyFans whores, man. Bonnie Blue reveals the real reason for her divorce from her husband. Because you're a fucking whore! I don't know, maybe you slept with 1,000 guys on video? Like, maybe that's the reason for the divorce?
She said it's not because of that.
She and her ex grew apart naturally. Like her legs. Appearing on the Bad Friends podcast earlier this week, the infamous adult star shared her relationship status with hosts Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee, telling them she was going through a divorce, as well as about 10 dicks a day. Bonnie, who's from Derbyshire, insisted that the split from her childhood sweetheart Ollie Davidson had nothing to do with her recent sex stunt. Dude, that means he was married to her while she was doing that.
25.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. We were together from when I was 14 and he was 15. We got married at 20. We were together a long time. We just grew apart. We were together a long time and my legs just grew apart. Alright. Let's do some depressing stuff. Because this shit's not depressing enough. We've had a few deaths this week. David Hasselhoff's ex-wife Pamela Bach is dead at 62 after shock suicide.
Oh.
So she was an actress. She was found dead in her $2 million Hollywood Hills home of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on Wednesday night. Authorities say there was no suicide note left at her home, which is a stone's throw from Universal Studios. That's very sad. Like 62, man. That's like 62, live in the Hollywood Hills. Like, she's not broke. She's got kids. Like, grandkids as well. She's got 2 daughters and a granddaughter. Oh, that's not the nicest looking place. Like, there's a bit of clutter there. Like, it's a very messy home.
It doesn't look too bad. That's a lot of shit against the windows.
A lot of shit against the windows, but yeah. Who am I to judge?
And
Who are any of us to judge? I'm sure all your places look like
filters.
garbage. If Catnip Dave's here, then his place definitely doesn't look like garbage. Anyway. Sorry, Dave. How you doing, Cool Frog? Dolly Parton's husband died as well. Carl Dean, he died. He was 82 years old. Why the fuck is it not letting me switch tabs? God damn it! What the hell's going on?
Take the image out of full screen, maybe. I don't know.
Oh no, I don't know. I had some Windows updates, and I think it's gone all fucky.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dolly Parton's husband Carl Dean dead at 82.
Oh no.
So yeah, Dolly Parton's husband died Monday, March 3, according to the Country Star. He was 82 years old. She says, Carl and I spent many wonderful years together, Jolene Singer wrote on social media. Words can't do justice to the love we shared for over 60 years. That is to be absolutely fucking applauded. Thank you for your prayers and sympathy. And there she is, Dolly and her husband. Many moons ago. That's sad. They met at a laundromat when she was 18 and he was 21. They married in 1966. They were rarely seen. He was rarely seen by Parton's side, but always played a strong supporting role in his wife's life. He's always supporting me as long as I don't try to drag him in on it. Parton told people in 2019 at the premiere of a Netflix series, Dolly Parton Heartstrings. Dolly Parton, dead set, is not one of the nicest fucking people. Like, she does so much stuff for fucking everybody and asks nothing in return. Like, she's run like a book program for underprivileged youth for fucking ages to get kids to read. Like, and no, I have not ever seen anybody have a bad thing to say about her. Maybe in the 80s. Not in her 80s. Maybe in the 80s. Maybe 9 to 5 era. Actually, 9 to 5 era, definitely. So, anyway, so that's very sad. And as for very fucking sad, I would ask everybody to get your fucking tissues out and brace yourselves. Just in, Gene Hackman died of heart disease, but his wife died 1 week earlier, around February 11th of hantavirus, per authorities. According to them, Hackman walked around his house with her body still in it, alerting nobody.
This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Miss Arakawa and their dog at their residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative.
I just want to point out, this guy sounds Canadian. As we know.
For carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week. And I'll let Dr.
The way he puts that, I immediately have a thought in my head. There was like some detectives in a room with a pacemaker on a chair. It's like, tell me what you did! Tell me what you did! Hit him again! And then just hits the pacemaker with a phone book.
I'll touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis.
Don't make me use the 9-volt on you again.
And they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results. Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon, Miss Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Miss Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance, and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision to gain access to the gated community at 5:15 p.m. Numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. The cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Ms. Arakawa was on.
So yeah, she was. So yes, the timeline is she died, and yeah, Gene Hackman just continued on, like, because, well, yeah, he had Alzheimer's, he had pretty bad Alzheimer's at the time. So yeah, that's very sad. Like what a horrible, like I can't think of a worse way to go, man. Like, your care, like the woman you love and your carer dies, and you don't even realize, and you just putter around your house, just
or
on
or
autopilot.
as pointed out in the chat, maybe he did find her and went into a disassociative state.
Yeah, maybe.
Like,
Turn her into a panic state and have trouble handling it. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, putting enough cognitive thought together. Yeah, because that's the thing. Alzheimer's attacks like executive function, so you like it. You forget. That's what it takes out first. Your ability to rationalize, then your emotional centers. Like it truly is a horrible fucking illness that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. All right, that I almost wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. Yeah, I would have thought, like, his family, like, but that's what makes this so fucking desperately sad. That in 2 weeks, nobody called. Nobody tried to call. Nobody tried to visit. There was nobody. Like, it's just so desperately sad. 1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, with society, when people get old, they just get shunted away and forgotten.
Well, we just no longer kind of live within our family structure. Like, we don't live intergenerational anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. But I mean, arguably, like, if your Alzheimer's is that bad, I'm like, surely you have some help other than your wife, or like something.
Or go into a facility.
Like, it's not like the man was poor. Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't know what.
Yeah,
like,
even a nurse that pops around once a week. Like, you'd think.
Like, according to Google, he's worth 80 million.
And what does she do again?
She was a classical pianist, I think.
Classical pianist. Okay.
Pianist. Okay.
Yeah, pianist, not a classical penis. Classical pianist. So he had about $80 million worth of wealth. So he wasn't uber wealthy, but he was rich.
You think you could hire a day nurse? Come around once a
also,
week,
he served in the military. He's VA, like he would qualify for VA. So I don't know, like.
Yeah.
This is like, it's so fucking sad, man. Like, what a fucking way to go. Like, what a just desperately lonely, depressing way to go. Like, man, if any of you have like elderly relatives, man, go and call them and give them a hug. Like, 'cause fuck.
Yeah, mine are all dead.
Yeah. Sorry, this has been a really fucking depressing episode. Let's move on to something funny. Adios, AOC aide, an illegal immigrant self-deports to Colombia. Diego de la Vega says he has freedom of movement in Colombia, unlike the United States. What do you mean, bitch? You have freedom of movement to go home. I'm ready to kill myself, thanks to I'm sorry, Costi. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. It's not worth it. You've got a dog who loves you.
Don't give Dan Andrews that satisfaction.
Yeah.
Fallen Preacher has dibs on your wallet, Costi.
Oh, well, if that's the case, Costi, then do it, and then...
You can't tell me what to do. An illegal immigrant who served as Deputy Communications Director for a Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has fled the United States for Colombia, saying he finally has freedom of movement. Diego de la Vega, who arrived in the United States from Ecuador at age 7 and overstayed his visitor visa, began working for Ocasio-Cortez in October 2022. Last December, De La Vega left the United States and relocated to Bogota with his wife, another illegal immigrant. The Substack Migrant Insider reported.
Love it.
Yeah. She praised the former aide on Wednesday, saying he was amazing and that we love him. So she hired illegals. Isn't that a crime?
Yeah,
maybe.
I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I'm seeing
What's the bet?
videos-
Somewhere in the INS statute is some exclusion for Congress. So
Yeah,
Congress
probably.
people are allowed to fucking hire illegals.
Which is interesting. I'm seeing videos of farms that are just the latest one I saw was an orange farm, a citrus farm, and it's the fruit is just on the trees and on the ground, and like 100% of the pickers were illegals. It's like, how is that? Really, there are that many farms that have hired illegal immigrants?
Well, they can't
Because
use
there's
slavery
no-
anymore.
Yeah, who's going to pick out oranges?
That's
pro-
one of the things you can do in Australia is once you finish high school is go on a fruit picking thing for an entire year around the east coast of Australia. Like, there's a trail that you can follow.
Oh yeah.
It's-
The backpackers do it. Like foreign
Yeah.
backpackers do it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's half decent money too.
Yeah.
$20 an hour picking fruit.
I think COVID might have killed it because they had to find other ways around it. So a lot of farms just fucking folded. Man, COVID has remade the world.
Yeah.
Like one little virus has impacted the world in such an enormous way.
I wouldn't say one little virus. I'd say
Yeah, it was
one
the reaction to
reaction to the virus.
But
Well, the
still,
virus itself too, because like the reaction to it is connected to the virus itself. If there was no virus, we wouldn't have reacted to it.
Well, to be fair, they were killing people by putting them on ventilators.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really early on.
Yeah. Private lunar lander is declared dead after... I should put this in the death section. Declared dead after landing sideways in a crater near the moon's south pole. I guess that whole landing on the moon thing is hard. Especially when you don't have a fucking pilot. Private lunar lander is no longer working after landing sideways in a crater near the moon's south pole. And its mission is over. You do that with a fucking crew, and it becomes some real Apollo 13 shit.
Oh, yeah.
So... I sold my virginity for £1.6 million when I was in uni to a Hollywood actor who visited Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island. But I don't regret anything. Now I'm rich and famous.
Who,
Yes, you're
This
a
is
hoover.
sad.
British university student who auctioned off her virginity for £1.6 million has revealed she has no regrets and now wants to become a sugar baby doted on by rich men. So once a whore, always a whore. It's one of an increasing number of young women who have sold their virginity on the escort sites for large sums of cash. The man who bid the most for taking virginity was a Hollywood actor who visited Jeffrey Epstein. You can't just fucking say that. You got to give us the fucking name, bitch. So she's an escort now. Normally, Cinderella Escorts is the copyright on that photo.
See, it's an ad.
She remains a whore, and then we have to put a picture of Epstein. Epstein was never convicted of anything except solicitation. I've been told that's the line now. That's the bar is like you've got to be convicted before I can say you're a sex pest. Sex pest, rapist, fucking child pedophile, fucking trafficker. So yeah, just another fucking whore. I didn't realise the name of this account, but yes, I agree with them. Bostonians against Mayor Wu. Shout out to Spectre. He's a fellow Bostonian. Tonight, a knife-wielding attacker tried to kill multiple people in Boston. Police stopped the threat and shot them. Mayor Wu went on television offering condolences to the criminal.
My condolences and all of our thoughts are with the family of the individual whose life has been lost.
Okay, that's certainly one way to approach it.
That's an interesting take.
It's a woke Democrat mayor.
Fucking blue states.
Blue city and a blue state. It used to be a purple state. Yeah, holy shit, yeah. Holy fuck. New footage with clear sight. A Federal Express Boeing 767 aircraft is returning back to Newark International Airport due to issues with its right engine. Wonder what issues it had. Oh, it was on fire. I guess that would. I guess that would fit in the. That's right. He had that's what the toga is. Yeah, toga. It's turbo and go around. Well, there it is. You have it, folks. Pam Bondi no longer plans to use the full weight of the DOJ. Has no plans to use the full weight of the DOJ to prosecute, hold anybody accountable for the weaponization. Yada yada.
I'm here to fight for Donald Trump's agenda. I'm fighting for America. That's what we're all doing as a team. We're going to keep going forward. And I can't care. I don't care. I'm not going to worry about what these people say or do. I know I'm doing the right thing to end weaponization for our country. And that's what I'm going to continue to do every single day, Mark. The noise, the chatter, I truly...
What?
What?
That's not what she just said.
No idea. Fake news.
Can we get another AG?
Yeah, it's a Pam.
I think
has
she's
no
fine.
plans.
Sorry, I should say that differently. I think she's fine. No. She's good. She looks good for age.
What was said in the article, in the clip, isn't what this person's saying.
Yeah, imagine my shock.
Who is Kyle Kramer?
Women for America First, hashtag March for Trump, official host of Save America rally on January 6th at White House Ellipse. Former producer for Sean Hannity. Whatever. Ireland's far-left Prime Minister, Michael Martin, who is scheduled to meet with President Trump at the White House on March 12th, is reportedly terrified that he will be interrogated on his anti-free speech and mass immigration policies. He won't be. He won't be. Trump doesn't care about Ireland. I like your whiskey. I mean, I've never drunk it, but I like people who drink it.
Why is F-35 trending?
No idea. Let's see. Another one bites the dust. Is that what's going to happen? Reminder: the B-52 Stratofortress has more confirmed air-to-air kills than the F-22 and F-35 combined. Yeah, because you've had no fights.
I mean, they did fire the balloon.
Trump has ordered the termination of
think
vital
that's
support for F-16 jamming equipment that the Ukraine has. What's important to understand is this could be deprive Ukrainian Air Force of its most important... Oh, okay, so the wild weasel stuff. Which is getting Europeans to go cancel the F-35 orders. Because this is the new European fear, is that if the Europeans and their F-35s do anything America doesn't like, they'll just turn them off remotely. Which again damages... Which company again is it? Oh, Lockheed Martin. I'm sure they'll be able to survive. If every country decides to cancel their order for F-35s. I'm sure America can pick up the slack.
Probably.
Well, with all the shit they're finding through Doge.
I think that's going to end up being very overrated.
The Doge cuts.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to end up saving as much as they're saying it is. By Chinese jets, they would never shut off their planes. My sexy A10. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you like your planes with a higher body count of friendlies than targets, then yes, A10s are fantastic. The A10s have more friendly fire kills than any other plane. You know what you want? You want the fucking B-1Bs. You want the bones, man. There was a plan in the 70s, during the Carter administration, or leading up to the Carter administration, to refit all the B-1 Lancers for air-to-air combat. So you would have a B-1 Lancer, which for those who may not be familiar with what a B-1 Lancer looks like. B-1 Lancer. This is the Rockwell B-1 Lancer, one of the dopest looking planes ever made.
At least it doesn't have a retarded intake mouth like the 16 does.
Yeah.
There was a plan.
There was a plan to... What was it, X-32? It looked... Oh my god. The X-32 looks retarded as shit.
75,000 pounds of takeoff weight. That's how many. That's how much capacity it can carry with a full tank. So it can carry 75,000 pounds of bomb of ordnance, in addition to a full fuel tank. So this thing provided like close air support during during Afghanistan, like during the war in Afghanistan. And I've seen videos of like the B1 just coming in and fucking absolutely annihilating, just emptying its whole hold, and just fucking carpet bombing everything. This thing can carry more weapons than the B2, like B-52. I can also carry more than the B2 or the B-21 radar. So, and it's got a radar cross section that's smaller than an F-16. So, also it can do Mach 2.
So the B1 has a small cross section.
The B1 has a smaller radar cross section than the F-16, the original F-16, before they gave it all the radar anti-reflective coating. Smaller radar cross section than an F-16, faster than an F-16. Can carry like 4 school buses worth of ordnance.
That's 34 tons of payload.
And has a range of 3,400 miles.
Wow.
And can travel at almost Mach 2. But yes, there was a plan. There was a plan to give this thing the engines on the F-22. So to replace the engines with F-22 engines to give it incredible thrust, so it could go even faster, and to strap something like 40 odd AMRAAMs to it to make it like a giant fighter.
Oh my god!
So this thing would zoom into a combat zone at Mach 2, slow down, deploy its wings, activate its radar that would have been upgraded, and just launch 40 fucking air-to-air missiles at different jets, and then fuck off. Like the bone is great. And you know what the best part about the B1 Lancer is? We ran them too. Australia is one of the operators of the B1 Lancer.
Nice.
Or at least we were. Where's the operator? Yeah. Mark 2.2. So they scaled. They were supposed to build heaps of them, but they scaled back because of the AGM-86. So what the idea was that this thing would fly at high speed into Russian territory, past regular air defenses, and because it's for speed, it would be able to evade normal surface-to-air missiles. And then it would be able to deliver, like, it would go slower and fly through the internals of the country at a lower speed from a much further distance because of its swing wing design. Another thing that makes it fucking dope. And my pressure's fallen off. Thank you, Copenstein. Very, very helpful.
I can see the idea, because you have the fighter versions and the bomber versions all go in, and the fighter versions protect the bomber version in the bomber run.
But yeah, they're going to be replaced by the B-21 Raider, which is kind of lame, because these things are cool. B-21 Raider, it's the successor to the B-2 Spirit. There it is. There's the reveal. It looks almost the same as the B-2. This is thermodynamics, yes. Anyway, but yeah, that's dope. Dope jet. I can't remember what I was talking about. Anyway, back to apparently Uruguay has a new left-wing president. In his first speech, he distinguished himself clearly from Argentina's far-right billionaire-sponsored U.S. puppet leader Javier Milei. Jeez, I wonder if this guy's a communist. There is an ultra-individualistic concept of freedom that preaches domination by the strongest. This will never be our notion of freedom. We believe in freedom, just not the freedom you think of.
Our individual freedom is collectivism.
Collective freedom. You're all collectively free. Mike Basemark says Coca-Cola uses high fructose corn syrup in the US because the US government has made cane sugar untenably expensive in America. Rather than forcing Coca-Cola to change its formulation for Coke in the US, wouldn't it be better to fix our ridiculous sugar policies? And JD Vance News says, I hate these news accounts. Nothing to do with JD Vance. Breaking, do you support RFK Jr. mandating companies like Coca-Cola remove high fructose corn syrup? This is just engagement bait. Look at this shit. 9 million impressions. 181,000. Like, fuck Twitter, man. This is fucking... it's another TDS, Costi. Twitter derangement syndrome. Google's co-founder, Sergey Brin, says 60-hour work week, the sweet spot for productivity. Fuck that guy.
No.
How about no?
Well, you know, if you're getting a 40-hour week and getting paid for the extra 20 as overtime. Cool.
Speaking of working. So you're working 60-hour weeks. You can support the show on support.thepressstream.com. Sign up for a membership. We can send us a super chat. It's always much appreciated. One sec. I think I heard animals yelling.
I agree. Make Candy Thermos TDS is just out of control. Please give him money so it calms down his TDS.
I like money. The British are not proud to be British.
Are you proud to be British?
No, no. It's got a very history of colonialism that I don't love, that I hate. Yeah, no, I'm not proud to be British.
Are you proud to be British?
No.
That's only one person. That's hardly a large sample.
Yeah.
I feel like that's more engagement bait.
Yeah.
The U.S. Treasury Department says it will not enforce anti-money laundering law. Yay! Laundering's back on the table, boys.
Yay!
So it would not enforce anti-money laundering law that obliges millions of business entities to disclose the identities of their real beneficial owners. Trump administration has opposed the Biden-era Corporate Transparency Act on the grounds that it's a burden on low-risk entities. The act has faced repeated legal challenges.
Right. This is the one where even a small LLC, one person LLC, has to report to the federal government.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that law was just overstepped its mandate. That's all.
Yeah. Amaranth says she was held at gunpoint for crypto theft. She said, "I'm covered in blood, but only some of it is mine. I'll update you all later, but I'm safe now." Was at gunpoint. They gave me phone and said log in with gun to my head, and I tweeted because I thought because calling would be a death sentence. Before that, she says, I'm being too robbed at gunpoint. I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto is what they were yelling. They pulled me out of bed. This was a home invasion. SWAT here now. I'm safe.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They pistol whipped me, but I got one.
Blam, blam, blam, blam. Here's footage from her Nest camera.
Well, those dogs did fuck all.
Yeah, good. Bad dog. Bad dog.
Who's the first person running up to the door?
Oh, shit. So 4 go in, 3 come out.
Yeah, go back. It looks like a female at the beginning.
Okay.
Oh, that's her.
It's in here. I'm so sorry. Come on. Go.
Dude, that's her.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
They did the South African thing where you stop to open your gate and they fucking roll in. They roll in heavy and roll you.
It's in here. I'm so sorry. Come on.
They followed it into her house.
They forced her into the house, it looks like. Okay, yeah, there was 3 shots there. Yeah, that's right. That's interesting that they got me out of bed. What, from another house?
Yeah, I don't like this timeline.
Just needs the Benny Hill music.
Sense.
Yeah, I might do that
Timeline did
later.
not make sense.
So,
yeah,
donut
it's
operator
fake.
says this 100% happened. So, like, SWAT
100% fake.
SWAT showed
fake.
up because donut operator says it's true. That must be false.
Yeah.
So,
Like he
Poor
knows
donut
what the
operator.
fuck's going on.
Can you go
I
back
know,
to her
full donut
timeline?
operator, but still.
Anyway,
Can you go back
moving
to her
on.
timeline of things? real
Her
quick?
timeline of things. Hang on, I'm gonna reopen tabs then. Reopen close tab. Reopen close tab. Reopen close tab. That one. She says, "I'm being robbed at gunpoint." And she says, "I believe I shot one of them. She didn't shoot anybody. It was her husband." But of course, she needs to pretend her husband doesn't exist for the simps. Then she says, "SWAT is here now. They pistol whipped me, but I got one."
I was at gunpoint and they gave me phone. Where does it say she was in bed?
Yeah, I thought. Where did it say that?
Another tweet that we can look at.
Here's the.
I'm assuming that's not all of the
Oh, I
tweets.
believe I shot one of them, and they wanted what they wanted. Crypto is what they were yelling. They pulled me out of bed.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's in this
Okay.
tweet.
So,
Not true. This
Well,
is
no.
a falsehood.
going with to that video, they could have entered her house and she could have been like, "Yeah, this is my home, not my studio." And come on,
Oh,
let's go get
right.
it at the studio. So they entered her studio where she knew she had firearms and then she shot them. So it sounds like they've already done that. So they may have just jumped the fence.
Maybe this is the
Because-
home her husband lives in.
Yeah, because if you look above that
It does look
SUV,
like a very big
that looks
property.
like a home over there.
Yeah.
So it could be a different building. She's like, "Yeah, my tech isn't in this place, so let's go to somewhere else and I'll do it for you." So that may have been what she did.
Yes, the cuck shed. He's in the cuck shed. That's
I
what
know,
rackets.
it just-
No, it's like rackets. I got to take you to my other house where the cocaine is.
Yeah, I just
go
she
ahead.
looks too willing. That's the thing.
Yeah. Maybe she's like, I know my husband's here with guns, so
And that's what the tweet was, that he would have got notified, and she's coming.
yeah,
over.
I'm being robbed. Maybe yeah.
And why would a robber allow someone to like run ahead of them?
That is a good
Because
point,
they're
Pro
retarded.
Engineer. It's probably advisable not to brag to your audience you have millions in crypto just sitting there. Just keep that shit to yourself. Yes.
Yeah.
All donated by Sims.
All exactly. All donated by simps. All just sent to her by simps. Oh, Miss Amaranth, your boobs are so great. Please take my crypto. If I
won't
could
be
see one,
surprised.
please. I would be
I wouldn't be
ever so thankful.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't find the 3 people that they shot at.
Well, one of them's probably got hit, so one
That's
of
what
them's
she-
got to go to
She
the
was covered in
hospital
blood.
or a vet.
It wasn't all hers.
That's what she claims.
Oh yeah, fair.
What did that person do? An actual the disc whatever? Did they actually do a breakdown of police reports and shit, or was it just her timeline that they broke down?
It's just her timeline.
Oh, okay.
So, new AI-powered talking sex doll can comfort users who climax too quickly. 2 minutes is awesome.
It's okay, babe. It happens to all guys.
Don't worry, babe. I came too.
Made by Chinese company WM Doll, the dolls have a new AI feature called MetaBox that allows them to speak. Meanwhile, Jam Press reports that the Amorous AI dolls also have a long-term memory function that can talk to users. No, delete that right now.
Oh, no.
I want my phone every night. Andrew
Can you
Tate's
please
like,
connect me to the network?
I want my sex doll every night. You think I leave evidence? Think I keep evidence of that shit? I wipe my sex doll every night. Users can select from 8 different personalities, including gentle and lively, depending on what they feel suits better. Just as long as the lively one isn't Blake Lively.
But lively isn't in quotes either, so.
Yeah.
The speaking sex doll doesn't come cheap. The price of the Meta box can cost upwards of $1,900, and that doesn't even count the doll itself. As reported by Need to Know, what's the company? WM Doll. Let me just check this website first to see if there's not. Nope, can't go there.
Yeah, no.
Can't go there. Wow, there's some. Yeah, those nipples are ridiculous. Those are nipples the size of my fist. That's not right.
Holy shit.
Graphic footage. Terror attack in Haifa, Israel today leaves 1 dead and 4 wounded, 3 seriously. As expected, the terrorist is a Muslim Druze Israeli who was neutralized at the scene. I love how the people shooting him are just regular people.
Just going to sleep.
It's like fucking Texas. It's just everything. I just started shooting. I just started blasting. I saw a Muslim running. I saw an Arab running, and I just started blasting.
Yep.
It's probably good advice. A driver rams into a crowd in Germany's Mannheim, leaving 2 dead and others injured. 40-year-old German from the nearby state of Rhineland, Palatinate. What? The fuck? You have a local Palestine? What the hell? Oh no, it's what the hell? It's named after...
It's probably a real thing.
No, it's a real place, yeah.
Yeah.
It's in southwest Germany. Palatinate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, police would not immediately characterize the incident as an attack. Cars have been used as deadly weapons.
Oh, that's why they use driver instead of the vehicle.
Yeah.
Committed that crime. See, last paragraph. When a car slammed into a
the car just did
Christmas mock.
Car just did it by itself.
I don't know why Germany isn't banning cars.
That's right. They need car control. Olympic skier who has suffered from frozen penis multiple times opens up on the unbearable aftermath after officials had to thaw it out. Jesus.
Oh, is it like Prince Harry? Or Prince
My
William?
penis... oh, hang on. Do I have the clip? I should have had this teed up. Lucky it was really easy to find in my downloads folder.
Really need insulation down there.
Yeah, you'd think. Think you'd be taking care of that.
My penis was oscillating between extremely sensitive and borderline traumatized. The last...
It's still funny.
Apparently this guy went to the borderline traumatized. After racing for approximately 1 hour and 16 minutes in minus 17-degree temperatures, Lindholm admitted that he had endured the nightmare injury initially reported by Finnish media outlet IL. I guess what was on the ice when I got to the finish line. I think it was one of the... it was about battling through... blah, blah. Compared it to... goddamn. Forget that.
Frostbite on your dilly.
Yep. U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has signed a DoD memorandum renaming Fort Columbus, Georgia, back to Fort Benning. But once again, Fort Moore in Columbus, Georgia. I thought it was going to Fort Columbus. Detachable penis.
Yeah.
My detachable penis.
No, don't worry about it, sweetie. It's not it's not disease.
It's just a little blue.
It's just frostbitten.
It's just a little blue, baby. Blue. Directed back to Fort Benning, but once again, instead of using Confederate General Henry L. Benning as its namesake, similar to Fort Bragg, we will instead be named after Corporal Fred G. Benning, who fought in the U.S. Army in France in 1918 during World War One. I love this. I love this so much. Every single one of the places that were renamed, I think, need to have this.
Yeah,
what are you going to do? Rename it away from an American hero?
Yes, I like the idea of using World War One and World War Two veterans.
They're the greatest generation, bro. What are you doing? Top FBI official forced out after questioning Trump's pursuit of agents who investigated January 6th. Damn it.
Now to news just in. A top FBI official has retired under pressure. Our Tom Winter is here. Tom, it comes amid a growing battle over revealing agents who worked the January 6th case.
No, that's right, Lester. James Jim Dennehy, who oversaw the FBI's New York office, says he was told he needed to retire. A former Marine who joined the FBI after 9/11 has an extensive history hunting spies and foreign operators, as well as terrorists.
Good riddance.
Yep.
President Donald Trump signed an executive order designating English as the official language of the United States. I remember this used to be quite the hot button.
President Donald Trump has signed an executive.
Because this isn't the first time. Like, many people have introduced bills to designate English as the national language.
Executive order designating English as the official language of the U.S.
They just never
the order allows
got
government
anywhere.
agencies and organizations that receive federal funding to choose whether to continue to offer documents and services in a language other than English.
No, they will still spell color incorrectly because it's not. It's American English.
It rescinds a mandate from former President Bill Clinton that required the government and organizations that received federal funding to provide language assistance to non-English speakers. The order said that establishing English as the official language would, quote, empower new citizens to achieve the American dream. Within hours of Trump's inauguration in January, the new administration took down the Spanish language version of the official White House website. While the White House said at the time it was committed to bring the Spanish language version of the website back online, that hasn't happened as of yet.
Womp womp.
I still love
learn to speak the language. Learning to speak the language is incredibly important for integrating into a society. If you do not learn to speak the language that is spoken in the majority language that is spoken in the country that you live in, what you will end up in is a fucking not a program, like a ghettoized. You will end up in these enclaves. Yes, thank you. That was the fucking word I was after. You'll end up in a fucking enclave. Like, you'll end up in these enclaves where everybody talks their own language and maybe one or two people can communicate with the outside world, and it just isolates you from society. You don't integrate properly. This is what has killed the concept of multiculturalism. Like, the idea that people can come from all around and partake in the American dream is an important one. But if you aren't all pulling on the same oar, like, if you're not all pulling on the same oar, you're not going to row anywhere. You're just going to go in circles. And in order to pull on the same oar, we all need to speak the fucking same language. Because language is what builds connection, and connection is what builds cultural strength. Yep. Sometimes I think I'm quite full of shit.
I still love how the 404 error for the Spanish version said "go home." That was great.
Fallen says, but Thermo, what if the language is Zoomerism? Bullshit.
Yeah, but everyone's.
Well then, skibbity doo.
Yeah, skibbity toilet. Then I'm skibbity toilet my way out of here. Whatever the fuck that means.
So we promised you transparency at this Department of Defense, and America.
I do appreciate that that Trump has picked communicators. Like, Pete Hegseth's a good communicator. Obviously, he was on television. Plus, he's a veteran. Sean Parnell, great communicator. Veteran. Had a radio show. Great communicator. Good choice for a spokesperson. These are good ideas.
That is exactly what you're going to get, because you deserve it. So at the DoD, we've been working hand in
Also, no cap. He should have been John Fetterman's replacement. So he was running for the. I think he was running for the House, and originally against Connor Lamb. He was running for the nomination, and he basically had it locked up, but his wife basically blackmailed him into dropping out. She basically said, if you stay in the race, Sean Parnell, his ex-wife, blackmailed him and basically said, you won't ever see the kids again. So
that's fucked up.
So because he tried to get he tried to keep running, and a judge basically said no, I'm not going to give you dispensation to run for office. Like why would I? If you're not going to be around your kids, then no, I'm not going to give you access to your kids. So he had to he dropped out. So
in hand with the Doge team, and as the secretary said, we welcome that process because that process will make us more lethal, and that means that our warfighters on the battlefield will be more successful, and that's what this process is all about. So, in the interest of transparency, look at some of the initial things that we found. In the Air Force, $1.9 million for holistic DEI transformation and training.
We've heard all this stuff before. We all know this retarded bullshit.
Yeah, don't need
it's like it is. We covered all that stuff at the time when it was happening. So the military has been crying about this stuff for ages. So I'm glad it's going. Confirming. So the newly confirmed Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, yes, that Linda McMahon, within minutes of being confirmed, launches a final mission of the Department of Education, send it back to the states.
Final solution?
Some might say it is a final solution to the Department of Education problem. The DQ. The DOEQ, I guess.
Yeah.
She says, our job is to respect the will of the American people and the president they elected who has tasked us with accomplishing the elimination of the bureaucratic bloat here at the Department of Education. A momentous final mission, quickly and responsibly based. Let us not forget this thing has only been around since 1979. It's not like the country got smarter after developing the Federal Department of Education. Krista Freeland says that Britain can protect Canada against Trump. So British nuclear weapons, they're going to get into get under Britain's nuclear umbrella. In Christ.
Just as a side note, Fallen, yes, the US has daylight savings.
Oh,
today.
No.
Well, sorry, tomorrow. Today, our time, technically.
At 2 o'clock at...
well, I don't care.
Right
My show's
now.
on the same time all the time.
Right now, it is...
No matter the time, it's on the same time all the time. Wherever you go, there you are.
It should be 9 minutes past 1 a.m. on the East Coast at the moment.
Yeah, it's probably like 2 a.m. where it officially
in an hour,
switches.
It becomes 3.
Yep.
So...
Daylight savings, yes. And finally, this bitch. Fuck.
What the fuck?
And what the hell are you doing here in America? Go back to South Africa.
Go back where you came from. All of a sudden, the Democrats have the Groiper vote.
That's the funny thing. South Africa's telling them to go the fuck back to Europe.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
they can never win. They can't win.
If the white people have a problem, oh, thank you, darling. If the white people have a problem, they can be refugees in America. I'm like, wow, he's fucking really saying the quiet part out loud. God damn. Anyway, that's it. That's all she wrote. We're done for this week. So thank you as always, everyone. Americans, don't forget to fix your clocks, I guess. Hey, Jim Jones. How you doing, man? Yeah. So, yes, good night, everybody. Good day, good evening, good morning, whatever. We'll be back next week. Tim will probably have power next week. Maybe.
Fingers crossed.
Who knows? It might be it might be turning into fucking the Thunderdome down there.
Only time will tell.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Have a great week, everyone. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.